the planning board in session. Start with approval of the agenda.
Move approval of the agenda as presented.
Moved and seconded to approve the agenda as presented. Staff didn't have anything that needed to be moved around?
No.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, I'm going to go to item 1B, approval of June 2nd planning minutes. Those were posted. Does anybody have any edits? If not, entertain a motion for approval.
Move to approve. Posted.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded to approve the June meetings as posted. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? That passes unanimously. The next item is item 2A, floor comment. Now's the time for people to comment on items not on the agenda. If there's something on the agenda, anybody who wants to comment at that time when that item comes up will be given an opportunity to comment. But for public comment, we open the floor if somebody has some general comment on an item not on the agenda. Does anybody wish to speak during this time? Seeing none, we'll move to item 3, variances, Board of Adjustments.
Move to enter into Board of Adjustments.
And moved and seconded to enter into Board of Adjustments. Any discussion? Seeing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And then we'll go to item 3B, continuance of variance request section line right-of-way dedication ordinance 20 on the Carter subdivision.
Hi, my name is Rick Goschke. I'm a partner with my sister and my father, Richard, who owned the property, and we're looking for the variance today and then later on to work on the okays for the short plat that we're trying to work on. And I guess this is time for the variance, not the time for the subdivision, so that's about it for now.
Okay. You want you turn on your mic.
That's better, okay. Tim Gross, Bros engineering work for Mr. Goski.
Okay, then, give us a quick summary of what the variance is requesting here.
So the variance request is not to dedicate the section line right-of-way that runs on the west side of the property between lot 1A and 1E, to leave it as part of the parcel of land.
So is this the section line that's shared with the Forest Service?
Yes, Black Hills National Forest Service is to the west.
Okay. Questions for the proponents? Staff has a general recommendation to approve.
Yes, I do.
Questions? Okay. Seeing none, is there anybody here to speak to this variance request? Okay. If the variance request is approved, they're not required to plat or dedicate that section of the section line as part of this platting process that goes forward. So, seeing none, discussions by the board or motions?
To approve the variance to ordinance 20 to waive the requirement of dedicating the section line right-of-way.
Okay. Discussions on the motion. Well, is there a second first? seconded to approve the variance, not of course the plat, just the variance. Discussions on the motion. Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
On aye. Anybody opposed? That passes with one dissent. That variance. Sorry, back to my calendar here. Okay, so then we have a next variance request. So, gentlemen, you'll be back up on the plat, I'm assuming. So, next variance request is continuance of a variance request, a building permit without platting on ordinance 20, preliminary plat of lot 2, Eisler Ranch subdivision.
Yep, just yourselves.
Kelly West, landowner.
Brandon George, general contractor, P&M Construction.
Okay, why don't you tell us what you're looking for? Give us a refresher.
So last time this was on the docket as well, and we were just requesting that if the preliminary plat is approved, that we can have an exception to the building permit and not wait for that final plat to be approved, but to be able to start building after the preliminary plat is approved instead, so that we can gain a little bit more time during the summer to be building.
Okay. Anything else? Anything else from staff?
Baseline surveying did submit a site plan. Site survey, sorry, it's in the wrong packet. So, building site is outside of both the major drainage area. It's in the back, about right where lot 2 sits. When they went out and resurveyed, the existing approach that is there does not have a permit to have an approach, and the drainage study shows a larger culvert is required. I do not have any house plans or septic plans in for pre-approval, which was a requirement for this variance. So as of now, the staff does not support the variance without those items. I don't know, especially if the approach needs to be redone.
Well, I seem to recall didn't we have a discussion on the approach, perhaps having to get it engineered?
It was engineered, yes, and the engineering shows a larger approach that it is currently.
So it was engineered to get through the major drainage area?
Yes.
And I have brought the permit to the county on 2 occasions, and I've been told by Max, she put her card on here both times, that they can't accept this until the preliminary plot is approved. So I have drove from Rapid 2 times with what you gentlemen asked, or ladies, and I was told that it couldn't be accepted until the preliminary plot had been approved. So I have tried to drop it off twice. Okay.
Okay, so you have a proposed approach permit, septic permit, and building permit?
Pardon me, Tyler?
I'm just trying to figure out what he's handing me right now.
This is the building permit application, address request,
Septic layout.
and septic layout. So I could get the approach permit right after the meeting. I've been out and looked at it, as long as it's put back in correctly toward, per ACE's engineering request for this culvert size.
Does the permit have site layout?
Yes, and they meet setback requirements on everything.
Tanya, I have a question.
Yes, sorry.
Are we just really looking at a snafu on how the paperwork is being processed, but it looks like they got all the other ducks in a row once this final plat thing has been approved?
Right, so usually a building permit is not approved until the final plat is recorded. Then we approve the building permits. So to allow more building construction during the summer, they've asked to have a building permit during the preliminary and final platting process.
So you don't have any major concerns with any type of shortcuts or any other problems?
If they don't file the final plat, I don't know what we have for recourse. That would be the only thing. So you'd have a building permit issued without a final plat.
Yeah, so, you'd have to have some teeth in any variance to allow it. I mean, really what you're looking for here is a variance for them to be able to submit their building permit and all their required permits and for you to process them while the plat's pending.
They're wanting to, so the preliminary plat was approved tomorrow. Well, it's not on tomorrow's agenda, July 22nd on the commission consent. Then they could pull the building permit on July 22nd. And then come back August 11th for the final plat.
Well, assuming all their applications are in order.
Yep.
I thought the preliminary plat was on the agenda for today.
The preliminary plat is, but it has to
Okay.
go in front of county commission also
Oh, okay.
for a consent calendar. In which the building permit would also, because that's an ordinance 34.
And was there a percolation test
Yeah.
on the
it's all in
property
here.
there, on that?
And the test hole is out there.
Tough crowd today. Long weekend.
Well, while you're looking that up,
So it would be a standard wastewater system. Works good.
question for staff. So are there instances where building permits been issued prior to?
I couldn't find any on record, no.
Generally, why do you think that would be?
I don't believe they've probably ever been asked for a variance. Be my guess.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff or the proponent? Is there anybody else here to speak to this variance today? Okay. Back to the board for either questions or discussion.
No, they have not.
They haven't built it.
They have not built the revised approach to meet the engineering requirements.
We were waiting to make sure that the preliminary plot was approved before we dug the original approach back up and changed it. At some point, somebody put a 15-inch culvert in the minimum requirements are 8. Oh, yeah, so we didn't change it. We knew that the engineer said that we had to because it has too small of a culvert. But we wanted to make sure the preliminary plot got approved, which is on today's agenda, before we dug up the old one and cost them more money to the homeowners.
Well, and there's no approach permit, period. So they're gonna need an approach permit before they dig it up, and then the approach permit, there was a question about the approach driveway kind of getting through the drainage area sufficiently. I mean, cause is the engineering say 1 18-inch culvert for that entire area is fine? Because, I mean, you got a major drainage easement that goes for quite a ways off the road there. And I think their concern was that you could get the driveway even to act as a dam, push that water back.
I believe it does. I'm trying to find it, but I know that the neighbor's property is in the same drainage, and you guys did approve that one for just one culvert through the engineering.
I think the driveway's in a different location. It comes off a different side road, doesn't it?
Now it's literally about 250 yards approximately, same side of the road.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, so the summary from the engineer says it's recommended that the existing approach culvert be replaced with an 18-inch CMP culvert to be able to convey the estimated ditch flow in the south ditch of Tilford Road.
Yeah, questions? No questions? Looks like you're gonna ask something.
I'm just really befuddled. I mean, I know this lady is trying very hard to get her life started. The question I have to ask myself for the betterment of the people of the county is, do we give an exception to policy because it looks like she's already done a lot of legwork, but she hasn't been able to get the groundwork done, and it's just all being messed up because of, or delayed because of some paperwork processing, or are there some major steps or holes that were missing in the process that the county commission board like us cannot accept? Obviously, we have to make that decision, but I obviously look towards experts and the people who are involved with this process.
Yeah, I think the history on this is when they came in to try to subdivide this before they sold it to her, we told them they have to clean up a bunch of stuff, and then they just sold it by an adequate description. And, you know. So, other discussion, comments, questions?
Assuming we get all these permits and stuff taken care of, Tanya, what is the most reasonable time that she can actually get started with her life?
July 22nd.
And would that be a major hindrance to the contractor?
Well, that assumes the variance gets passed.
That's assumed that the county commissioners approve the variance.
Okay. And we have no control over that here.
No.
Well,
We have input, but no
You
control.
have input.
yeah. Well, I think we're in Board of Adjustment right now, and we've got a platting. This is a platting question. Because it's ordinance 20 here. So.
Which is the building permit without plat. Then variances, preliminary plat.
No, so again, we serve as a Board of Adjustment for ordinance 20 items. Commission serves as the Board of Adjustment for ordinance 34 items. So that we have to pass this. Commission, this doesn't, the variance, when we sit as a Board of Adjustment, does not go to the Commission. We have no control over what they do for the variance either. Ordinance 34, so she's basically got two variances she needs. She needs one from Ordinance 20, which this board decides, and one from Ordinance 34. Am I correctly stating that?
See, it's also 4A
4A
is the
here.
same. That's the one to 34.
Because this restriction exists in two separate ordinances.
Yes.
It would appear to be some reticence toward moving ahead with the building permit. I think the fear, at least I can speak for myself, the concern, and I would agree, I'm very sympathetic to this. The concern, of course, is it's not a very long jump from here to normalizing the exception. And that would be the concern, looking at things over the long term, at least to me.
What happens between, like, what the purpose is of getting a preliminary plat approved versus the final plat approved?
Turn to our esteemed chair to answer that question.
Yeah. So generally, you'd approve the preliminary plat, and preliminary plat only, to provide for time to complete infrastructure issues related with the plat. Because the preliminary plat might sit for a year before they get all their infrastructure issues done, and then they come in for a final. So, so generally that's the difference. Now, they can follow fairly quickly on one after the other in these smaller plats, but not necessarily so. I mean, we've had preliminary plats where it's just somebody's platted a lot, but they've got to do a bunch of infrastructure stuff that take the full year to get it all done before they come in for a final. Sometimes if it's minor infrastructure materials, it moves along at the next meeting. So, maybe one way to address this would be if there's restriction. How far are you planning? You plan on getting this all walled in before the end of the year? Or is that what the?
Yeah, we plan on, even if we could get the permission to put the foundation in the ground and not build any building on it until the August 11th, would help speed the process up for her tremendously.
Yeah, and that's, if you're kind of following where I was maybe thinking, is what we could put it. If the board was so inclined, you could say that the only inspection that could be completed before would be just for foundations, and they can't proceed any further. I mean, we had another builder out that tried to proceed without inspections, and his project's been held up for 8 months now because he's had to go back and get retesting because he moved forward without inspections. But I mean, so we could put a trigger like that in. No inspections, no occupancy permit, besides the foundation inspection. I mean, if the board was so inclined, that would get them invested and started and make it kind of harder for them to walk away from. Doesn't mean we're nothing against you, ma'am. You're probably fine, but we often have people come in and give us a pitch, and then all of a sudden somebody else is running the project, and they don't seem to think that they're held to the same standards.
Call the question.
Well, somebody's got to make a motion first.
Okay. I will motion that we allow the variance to Ordinance 20, Article 3.2.1, and with the contingency brought in about that foundation inspection. Ma'am, good luck to you.
So is the motion is to allow the variance from ordinance 20, but restricting the furthest they can go is to place a foundation before getting the plat done.
I'll second that.
Okay. You understand the motion?
Yes, sir.
There's discussion on the motion. Everybody looks like they want to say something, but nobody is saying
Well, I think this sets a precedence for future in regard to this. And, you know, it's the adage of what you do for one, you do for all. So, yeah. And it's nothing against, you know, what you want to do as far as getting started and everything. But once you set that precedence with an ordinance or any regulation, then we're held to a new standard.
I concur, but I also remember myself that I am a citizen of Meade County, and these are my fellow citizens, and she is in a situation that is not of her own doing, and bureaucracy is not supposed to always stymie people's ability to live their lives. And in this situation, based on the amount of investment that's already been made and what we see before us, I'm just going to go with my gut feeling and say, I don't want to stand in the way of your happiness.
And honestly, we've already excavated the site and stuck the water main in for her. So, I mean, she is fully committed to the process.
Further discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, motion fails. Variance fails. Okay, so it would be this side of, I would have put me down as an aye. I think the ayes were 3, nays were 4 then. So, yeah, so Nancy and then the left side. The left side. Yeah, well, so we'll move on then to the next issue. Make sure I'm in the right one here. So I would appear we're on 3D.
Yes.
Variance request plat at Half Street, Ordinance 20, and road improvements.
Yep, I'm ready.
Shannon, baseline surveying. On this one, we're just asking the board to continue to next month while we're still doing some studies on some of the flood concerns in there. And I think we're getting closer with the Bear Butte Valley water, so there's just a couple of those little things that we need to get tied up before we come back to you guys and have a full presentation of what's really the good plan for this. So we're just asking for a continuation.
Okay, but before we move for a continuance, though, if anybody has specific questions for Shannon, but I don't want the motion made until I see if anybody in the audience wants specific questions for Shannon.
Shannon, you mentioned about the flooding out there across the road. With all the water we've had of recent, what type of, I guess, research or studies are being held at this point?
So at this point, we're having an engineer full, like a study done, and just within the prelim site visit, initial calculations run without any without any good hard materials. We've already determined that the culverts in place really don't hold up to a 2 or 5 year event. So what it is, it's an issue with not enough volume of culvert space, just keeps backing water up. So, I mean, it's really obvious why.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Shannon? Is there anybody here from the audience that wants to speak to this variance today? Seeing none, then now I'd entertain a motion. Continue to August, and August is sufficient?
Yes.
Yep.
I would second that.
Motion to continue this variance request to August. Moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Pass unanimously. Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
And motion to exit
Move to
Board of
exit.
Adjustments.
Move to exit. Yep.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll now move to variances. These variances differ for the audience, understanding is that we'll just make recommendations on these and they will go to the county commission. First is the same variance that was voted down under 3C. It's the same request but under ordinance 34. If you want to come up and pitch it again. Well, so ordinance 20 is a requirement under ordinance 20 that restricts building permits for unplatted lots. Ordinance 34 basically it's basically the same restriction. Just appears in two different ordinances. Am I tracking that correctly or representing that correctly, staff?
So is it even possible to have one approved and one?
I would say that it's unlikely. I mean, the thing about it, even if you get one approved, the other one stops you.
Right, that's what I was wondering.
But you're entitled to.
Well, I mean, all I can say is that I understand not wanting to set a precedent. I feel like this is a little bit of a different situation, just kind of because you had, like you said, you had told the previous owners what they needed to do, and they didn't relay that message. And it seems like, from my understanding with the contractor and everything, that we have everything like in line and ready to go. I don't see that there's going to be anything that's going to keep us, or that we would stop, switching out the culvert or doing whatever we needed to do. And it's timing. It's, making use of the summer. And I think an exception is just that. So I don't know, obviously, how the board works, but so I wasn't aware that like giving approval of an exception would then make it to where you had to do that for everybody after the fact. So I could see if that's a concern. But if it's a true exception, then I would assume that you guys would be looking at each one individually to see what the case looked like. I was getting a little excited there earlier. Because really it's just a matter of like we were thinking we were going to start building in April. Because I just had no idea the mess that we had bought into and we didn't know. I mean, when we purchased it, I had specifically requested that they do a survey, and I just didn't know the difference between a survey and a plat and what was needed to build. So I understand your concern. I'm just kind of, at this point, a little bit of pleading. I don't know that it even matters, though, since the other one has already failed, but I was just really hoping that we could at least take a few steps towards getting our house up.
Bonnie, what inspections do you do right now for foundation?
Footers and walls.
Rebar inspections prior to pour?
Yep, just rebar.
So basically what we're saying is we're not granting the approval to do it, but there is a own risk. Have that up and ready for inspection. Once permit is approved, they can call for an inspection.
Yes. So we'll do a permit that's issued just on foundation only, and then they have to come back for the house permit afterwards. There'll be 2 permits on that parcel.
You're not getting permission at our own risk. Like, I don't want to do anything that causes a possible issue in the future.
What we're saying is you don't have to pour, I would say you don't have to pour the concrete prior to, definitely you wouldn't do that, but you could have it ready substantially, all the forming, all the rebar, everything ready to go. Between But if there does happen to be something that does change, it is proceeding that year.
And I, just food for thought, just something I thought about. If this was any different than any other exception, I think, I mean, just like Roger asked and Nancy asked, this, you know, within the ordinance, we have it to where a 40-acre parcel doesn't have to do a platting, but based on the way this one was described and split, it wasn't, you know, a square, it's more long, but, you know, all comes down to it, it's still 40 acres. But, so, in my eyes, if there was an exception given, it would be to a parcel of 40 acres or more that just wasn't described right. But, again, I don't think we're going to, these variance requests don't come up very often either on this. Like, I think we all agree that, I don't know if we've ever heard of one before, but based on a 40-acre parcel, I can kind of see where they might have been reaching out to ask for it, so.
Okay. Now, the audience, again, is anybody here to speak to this variance? Okay. So, board, I'd look for either questions or discussions or motion.
I motion that we authorize a variance to ordinance 34, article 2.1.11.5 for them to move forward. And ma'am, I would only say to you that there is no justice if laws are absolute. There's always interpretation. That's why we're here. I support your situation. I can definitely sympathize with it. And good luck to you.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion.
Question for Tanya. Is this, the motion that's before us now, is this needed for the owner to be allowed to proceed as Mike suggested, digging and placing rebar, but holding off on the pouring until actual permit?
You can do it that way. This is the risk that it takes. I mean, the more water you probably get in, it's not going to be protected. And foundation, yeah, we don't have any permits that are. You can do fire work without a permit. We just have to have the rebar inspected before you pour.
We have had before where where more information has have not.
Sure.
That's our.
Yeah. Steve, go ahead. Did you have something?
Making sure.
Before.
But that's,
The approach permit can be processed.
Yeah.
Even before the plat. So if they
Yes.
have an approach permit, you can redo the approach at this time. As long as the approach permit's got all the information. All right, other comments or statements? Seeing none, those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Opposed?
And I'm going to be opposed on this one too, given how we voted in the last. Doesn't make any sense. So, loses 2-5. Okay, we'll go to item 4B, variance request residence wastewater setback, ordinance 34. This is a lot where we moved the section line here a while back, or was the section line got moved, if I recall correctly, or relocated. Go ahead and tell us what you guys got going on. Introduce yourself first, please, though.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Tyler Pickett. I'm the property owner. As you can see on the site plan that Shannon and I created, the variance I'm requesting would be the 33-foot section line on the back property line. I would still maintain that 33-foot distance to the structure. The drain field that you can see that's on the southern side or lower side, yep. I did a perk test there, and upon my test, I did find that I dug down about a foot and hit ledge rock there. Although it did break up a little bit, it's still not going to be suitable for a septic drain field. To the north of that, about 10 feet off of the property line, I was able to do a profile hole to the county spec of 8 feet deep. Provided pictures to staff for that as well. So the difference between those two drain fields is one is going to have to be a mound. After engineering and material gets hauled up there, I'm looking at probably $33,000 to $38,000. For the northernly drain field, that'll be a standard conventional drain field. That site, that did perk well. Perk test rate of about 31 minutes an inch for 3 holes. As far as building the drain field inside that right-of-way, I would provide a development agreement that I would also be willing to edit and kind of curtail to what you guys would like. That section line, that northern property line, does border U.S. Forest Service. I have contacted them, and they don't have setback requirements, so. But with wildfire risk, I wanted to keep that house where it is now and not get any closer.
Closer to what?
Excuse me?
To the section line, I think. Closer north, right?
Yep.
Yep.
So, Shannon, did you have something else to add?
No, I didn't. I just stayed up just basically because I prepared the drawing and in case there's any questions there. So just to be clear, the 50-foot setback is within the covenants. That's why you see a wider side setback in the rear. It was 50 also, but since that's a section line, that's a 58 to meet Meade County's standards. So, but what Tyler, Mr. Pickett's looking at is be with that covered porch, just shy off of the actual 33 is what he's asking for. So,
So, is there a contention this is the only building site, or is this preferred building site?
Yes, sir. There is due to topography constraints. Some of those pictures are looking right down the section line there. Yep. Cliff Drive is existing, and it is on the southern border of the property line or the front. Yeah, just that I constructed from the southern access point from Cliff Drive. Yep.
What kind of pitch is in that drive?
In my driveway?
Yeah.
It's relatively flat. I kept it off to the left side, however, towards the east side is where the head of a draw starts. And the head of that draw starts at my approach, and then it just kind of tails down my east property line, and then more northeasterly. Actually kind of where they have that wider blue line.
Questions from the board? Go ahead. Question?
my question's for Tanya. You wrote, planning staff recommended that if variance is granted, the following documents to be recorded with the Meade County Register of Deeds, site plan, and developer's agreement. That's a lot different than how you usually write your recommendations. Can you explain that to me, please?
With the variances into the setbacks and into the section line right away, if it ever sells, it's hard to find those again. So when you do a site survey, it would meet our requirements, or when it's sold, it's a clearer title for it. And then developer's agreement is, it just retains it on file with this piece of property.
So basically, we're looking at a paper thing as far as what he's proposing. From an engineering standpoint, you don't have a problem with it?
No.
Okay. And is there any issues with the city of Piedmont zoning or anything like that at all?
It's outside of their jurisdiction on both, on plating and building permits.
Okay.
Tanya, if you scroll down to the next image, there is that looking east or west?
It's looking southeast.
Southeast. Okay.
Some of the LiDAR imagery.
Was that the new house?
Nope, that's not the new one.
Oh. Okay.
That would be the start of the section line from Cliff Drive and South Gulch, which are both existing road districts.
Do I see correctly then that on the north, that's National Forest Service land?
Yes, sir.
So, I want to make sure this section line was relocated to the east, correct?
Yes, James Fairley
Right, so
located
it doesn't
that.
impact the section, the north-south section line.
No.
Wasn't the north-south section line relocated?
The east what? North-south.
No. Yeah.
The one that runs north-south.
The one that runs north-south.
Yeah.
Was relocated.
It was relocated.
Yep.
So that, I mean, where they show this section line, it has nothing to do with this plat. I mean, this is a bit like Miss West's problem, is when they came in to pitch this, you know, I seem to recall that, well, there wasn't be any problem with getting building sites in this new area. But now we're getting a building site right in the section line on the backside, which is the only half we have control of, and they want to put a septic in the back. When you bought this after they subdivided it, then I'm assuming, or is this some?
It was after they subdivided it, but the plat was not updated. It was from the existing, I believe, 1972 or 74.
Oh. So this lot, the track CC is your lot.
Correct.
So the relocation of the section line has nothing to do with this issue.
Right. That was just for the neighbor. Yep. For the track BB. Yep. Yep. Because his house was positioned about right where that section line shows on the plat that we relocated. So.
That last meeting.
That was
Almost a year ago.
Yeah, it was last year sometime.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why that says relocated section line, because the one that runs north-south has been moved to the east boundary of that James Farley lot.
Yes, yep.
So, not the one that runs.
This should not be on here.
Well, that should show vacated on that. It's still a section line, just the right-of-way was vacated.
Yeah, well, it was relocated though.
Yeah, well, true, yep. Oh.
So, yeah. I see. So it concerns me on, because Forest Service doesn't recognize section line on their side. So you're gonna you wanna put a drain field in the only part of the section line that if we ever need to, anybody in the future needs to use, you're gonna have to go right over the top of. It's a fairly good sized lot. It might be the preferred building site, but I don't see anything that tells me it's the only building site. I mean, so a lot of this is being driven by the location of your building site.
That's correct. And soil conditions and topography.
Well, yeah, the soil conditions for the part of the drain field certainly have a play in it. But I mean, I'm just kind of laying it out. You don't get to me, you don't get a variance because you want your preferred site. You have to get the variance because you can't use the land otherwise, or there's an issue with the usage of the land, or it's produces an incredible hardship that wouldn't be foreseen. I mean, that's how I see variances, going back to the discussion we had earlier. And I understand that's a lot of extra cost on your drain field and everything. But I don't know whether there's other sites where you could get a better drain field if you moved your site too.
Are you able to move the septic or the drain field to the front side of the house on the south side there? Or is that a topography issue too, or it's all bedrock in there?
Yep, you're correct.
It's all bedrock?
To the southeast, actually right around that 91.8 foot mark. I did some digging there too, and that's ledge rock there as well.
Yeah, this is from Cliff Drive. It trends up. I mean, there's probably a reason why most of the houses are down towards the bottom, and they probably don't have drain field issues because there's probably soil down there. I mean,
Question for the landowner, is this public water or well?
This will be a well.
And I believe the front of the lot, correct me if I'm wrong, but you have enough room there to build a driveway, right? But on the right-hand side is that's that draw.
That's where the head of the draw starts.
And that's that same draw where the old section line, we showed passed through there, so when we relocated it off to the side, it was actually a better building location.
So where the footprint is of the house now, what you have drawn up there is kind of basically just the envelope. That's the only place to build
Yeah, I'm thinking
on
so.
on that entire lot?
Yeah, towards the south of the lot where it tapers down, that's driveway and a draw. And then towards the back, northwest corner or left, that's the head of a draw as well. And then everything kind of towards the right is that ledge rock.
the 50-foot setbacks and the covenants, they don't apply to the backside?
They do, but Meade County ordinance overrides that with, because there's a section line there of 33 and then we 25 on top of that.
Well, but we can't give you a variance over the covenants.
Also, well, he did get a letter from the HOA
Okay.
stating that they do approve. So be within the covenant setback. So.
Can't remember if I asked. Was there anybody else here to talk to this variance today? I might have already asked. But seeing none, go ahead, Sam.
The pictures that you provided there, the draw on each side going down. So your thought is that due to the grade, the topography, that section line probably wouldn't be utilized down the road just because of that reason, or?
I do believe so. I'd never say never.
Right.
Never know what's going to happen. But, yeah, it would be extremely difficult to build a road in there. Black Hills Power serves power at the south side of the property along Cliff Drive. I've spoke to MDU, and they state no interest in installing utilities up there either.
Yeah, I think if you're talking foot traffic versus vehicle traffic, foot traffic obviously, absolutely. Pedestrian, that section line is open for any walking public, but yeah, to build a passable, drivable, road, So.
I do believe between, I want to say, track TT and another tract down below the hill, there is a public access as well. It'd be between tract S and tract T. There's a gate there with no locks on it.
Oh, just north here.
And that actually follows the bottom of the draw, which if you follow the section line that is on my property line, that's going to be using ropes or jumping off cliffs to get along the section line for the public.
Anya, do you have a map that has topo lines on it? No. Or contour lines?
More questions? There's no further questions. Anything else from proponents before a motion's made? I see none. I'd entertain a motion. Now, everybody needs to remember this will be a recommendation to the commission. This still has to go through the commission. And there are two requests for variances here, essentially. Setback on the house and allowing location of the drain field within the section line right away.
I motion that we approve ordinance 34, article 2.1.6 exception, as well as article 34, article 2.1.7 as presented.
Been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Made and seconded. Discussion. Okay. Seeing no discussion. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
I'm a nay too. That. So, are you an aye or an nay? Okay, so that's 5-2. Am I correct there? Okay. That passes 5-2. Again, it's a recommendation to the commission. It will be in front of the commission the 22nd.
Yes.
So, all right, we'll move on to item 5A, old business, final plats of Lot 1, Lazy EJ Bar Ranch.
Okay, Shannon Voss, baseline surveying again. This is a plat you guys, everybody saw as a prelim. We're just looking at their final stages here. Really, all improvements are made. There wasn't very many improvements to be made because we are using that existing road for an access easement to both properties, the original ranch home as well as the new lot for the family member. And the drainage easements are shown. The Bear Butte Valley water is actually installed. So I think this one's basically that's it on this one. So
anything from staff?
All corrections have been made on the final plat.
And infrastructure's in. Is there anybody here to speak to this plat today? Questions from staff to the proponent or questions from the board to the proponent or staff?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion's been made to approve as final plat on Lazy EJ Bar. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? That passes unanimously. We'll go to 5B, final plat of Track A of Henderson Ranch Estates Edition.
Dean Scott's not here today. Final plat. All corrections have been made. Register of Deeds also approves the final plat.
Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak to this one?
John Jordan, adjacent landowner. So, we were kind of down in the weeds at the last meeting, and now we're going to jump up to the 30,000 foot level. I think what's proposed is to plat a 123 acre open pit mine. And so all I want to make sure is that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. There's been kind of a lack of information, and still continues, in my opinion, to be a little bit of a lack of information. So, with that in mind, one of the first issues, I believe, is the acknowledgement that it would go from agriculture to mining, and I don't know if that letter's been sent in or received.
I do not have the agricultural acknowledgement letter from the client.
Okay. Another issue is whether the mine is actually permitted by the state of South Dakota.
I do not know.
Yeah, so I'm assuming it is, just based on the amount of area, because we don't permit mines as a county.
No, I understand, but I guess leading towards one of the next issues is the drainage study. So if we go, I'll try and share this with you, and then you can. And I'll try to cross-reference two different. So if we can bring that one up. Viewing this particular picture, I believe, we'd be looking at expanding the mine by about another 2/3. I believe it's actually quite a bit bigger than this right now. I don't know if anyone's ever been to this particular spot.
No, and I just want to make clear, I mean, we're not permitting a mine. There's a mining activity on this property already, but primarily to the south in Pennington County, is my understanding.
No.
Well, it goes out through Pennington County is the access point, if I remember correctly.
Yes. The mine is primarily in Meade County.
Yeah, but that mine's been there for quite some time.
Yes.
And I don't know what their plan is, if they're planning on selling this parcel to the mining company or not, or maintaining it. But the actual plat does not certify or condone or have anything to do with the mine.
I understand that, but it is an opportunity to ask questions in regard to the ordinances, correct?
Well, sure.
Yeah.
But we don't have a mining ordinance. So.
No, I understand that, but as part of this particular, so if we could go to this. I'll try to get to my point here.
Outline. I don't.
There, that's the one. So, if we look at the drainage as it's shown here, which is the original topography, not the topography of the open pit mine, correct?
Right, it's an older USGS map, yes.
Yeah. So, if you go up to the upper right-hand corner, we would be the people receiving the drainage from this particular plat. And so, roughly, I'm going to say, beginning of June, roughly 6 or 7 years ago, the water went over the top of North Ames Avenue roughly 5 to 10 inches. So the question becomes, was there a change in the drainage, or that there would be no way that we would be able to tell that from our vantage point? And so I think what you can do with this particular ordinance is you could ask that this drainage be updated for what's currently in place.
To request a new drainage study on the mine that would affect this new plat.
Yes. So something directly affected us roughly 6-7 years ago. Okay, I don't know what, because I wasn't over there when it rained. Okay, I had my own problems. But that's up to you. But I think that is something that would be part of this ordinance.
What do they mine? Just gravel?
No. Shale. So it's the sole source supply, as I understand it, to the cement plant. And so it is required by state law to have a permit. I don't know whether it does or not. Again, when we started out, we were a pretty simple deal that didn't work out quite right. I'm a little surprised that there's no representation for them, but I guess that's their business. But it's an active mine, runs roughly 3 to 5 side dumps, running continuous all day. They run on Saturday. I mean, it's a big deal. So again, sticking with the particular issue that you have control over, I think we could it would help us to know, I mean, it'd help to know a mining plan. It'd help to know the amount of resources left available, the mine age, the reclamation, the amount of land that's left undisturbed versus disturbed, blah, 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 blah. I realize that's none of your part, but the drainage does affect us. So this land is adjacent to North Haines Avenue. I'm talking about the drainage, yes, from the northeast corner all the way to Box Elder Creek. That's correct.
There's no reason.
That would be your decision to make. Okay, so Box Elder Creek runs from west to east. So when they redid North Haines Avenue, there was a huge drainage study done, and everyone went to the city of Rapid for the big meeting. So I'm not saying that whether the drainage study was done incorrectly or that we just had enough rain that it put, 5 5 to 10 inches of water over the top of North Haines? Or is it possible, when you look at this particular, it claims that all the water runs to the north. Well, I'm across, I keep like to use the term continental divide. So on our property, part of the water runs south and part of the water runs north. In this particular case, it shows that all the water runs north. That may be true and a possibility of why we experience some problems. I don't know. I don't think that what this shows right now is reflective of what you've got. You may have a big lake in the bottom there, for all I know. Again, people are free to do whatever they want with their land. I'm not trying to tell someone what to do with their land. I'm only want to point out a few things that have happened. I'm not sure that if you realize how many mines that are just over the Meade County border, I mean, all these deals aren't necessarily just a no-brainer and they just work perfect. In fact, I think we're going to get another mine to the north of us, but that would be a gravel mine. And that's they're free to do with their land whatever they want. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions? Corey gets up. Anybody else here to speak to this plat today? And John, I appreciate the concerns about the mine, but I mean, some of these are better asked to the state. What's the permit? What have they done? You know.
Well, this is the time that it came up.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, and I guess I would feel, if I didn't bring it to your attention, I'm just feel you know, we had death loss during the flood on our ranch, and the flood on Box Elder Creek was equivalent, if not bigger, than Rapid Creek. It's just there's no one, there's just us out there.
Quick question though for you. When we talked about dedicating that road on the north side, you supported that, correct?
Yes, and I believe that was corrected. I'm not going to get into the weeds about some other. I mean, I could get into.
But you don't see any issues with how he worked that.
How he what?
How he worked that, because when you were up here before, your main concern was that access going through there.
Yes. I mean, it may dribble onto us a little bit, but that's all right. We got a lot of roads on us.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thanks for making the trip up.
Yep, thanks.
Okay. Staff, any other comments, thoughts?
No.
Anything brought up that concerns you for the purposes of the plat, at least?
No, he did everything that we required.
Okay. Questions, comments? Nobody else is here. It's up to everybody up here now. What do you want to do?
I move approval, the final plat.
Second.
Moved and seconded twice for approval of the plat as presented. Any other discussions? Motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I would say aye too. Okay, we'll go to the next item on the agenda, 5C, continuance of preliminary plats of lots 1A through 1E, well lot 1, and triple X right of way. Gentlemen, why don't you introduce yourselves again, so in case somebody wasn't here when you were first up here.
I'm Rick Goschke, and I am one of the part owners of this property. My father, Richard, is behind me in the wheelchair. He's a partial owner. And then my sister, Jenny's sitting in the table. She's also a partial owner. And we're hoping to short plat this property or get the division of the property. I guess I can tell you, we have hired Bros Engineering for this whole project because when they know about code and everything else and they know how to do all the documentation, which made a lot of sense. And part of the contract was that they would attend the meetings and take care of them. But after I watched the video of the last meeting, there was so much misinformation being thrown out by neighbors that it was very clear that we all needed to be here to represent the Goshkis and let you know who we are and why we're even doing this. And also, I think it will assure the neighbors that there's no plan for destruction of our neighborhood in any way. It was said that we were out-of-state developers. Well, my dad retired as a lieutenant colonel from Ellsworth Air Force Base. He bought the property in 1995, 30 years ago, and we've all been using it as a family home ever since. We're definitely not from out of state. My sister Jenny and I both went through Rapid City schools. I was a school teacher out at Douglas. She is a doctor and has a psychology firm or a clinic in Rapid City. We're very much residents and members of the community and have a lot of love for this property. It's been a goal for many, many years, 20 or 30 years. We thought that maybe we can break some of these lots out, some of them potentially for the use of us, the kids. And I think of the reality, it's going to cost us a fair amount of money to get this done. We may have to sell one or develop a house on one and sell it to recoup some of the expenses. But we in no way want to degrade the, as Dad always called it, the rock and R, and we're going to keep that integrity. So we don't want neighbors or anyone else to fear that we're in here just turned into a concrete jungle or anything else, because that's just simply not the case. Yeah, like I said, Dad bought it in 1995. We've been there now for 3 decades, since I was a fairly young man. We're all, like I said, we're all from the area. What else can I tell you? I know Mr. Legner. I've known his son Link since 7th grade, so we've all known each other for quite a few years. Yeah, I think Mr. Legner shared with me that Dad was the first man to come and welcome them when they moved to the neighborhood back about 10 or 15 years ago. So things have been pretty amiable. Like I said, we've been on the property 30 years. We've had the shared well, and we've had the shared driveway for 30 years. In 25 of the years, there's been nothing but routine maintenance, and it's gone very well. Dad used to fish in Alaska with the previous owners, and the relationship has been very strong. The last 4 or 5 years with the new neighbor has been a little bit tumultuous, and I think that's, needs to be considered in all the areas. There's other stuff going on with that too, and that'll be handled in another venue. So yeah, the idea is we would like to get these lots divided up while Dad's still here, so he can see the fulfillment of his dream. He's going strong, but he's 94 years old too. So that's kind of the impetus of why we started to do this, and that's why we try to do it right according to code, using Bros Engineering, who is aware of the code and getting everything done legally and properly. That's about what I can tell you of what our plan is and who we are, and we are not out-of-state developers like was portrayed in the last meeting. That's the introduction I want you all to understand very clearly.
Tim Gross, Bros Engineering, Sturgis.
Tim, anything that you want to share with us at this point?
No, Anya's been asking for a lot of stuff. So their file's getting pretty big. And like I say, we're trying to do everything to code. We are doing everything to code. Giving us all the data that she needs, hopefully. And all the roads are met to Meade County specs. Water main's been designed in there.
I have a couple. On one of your illustrations on page 6, it shows building sites and drain field sites. It's page 6 on what's on the system. She's got it pulled up. Are those what you're proposing to? Are those the sites you're saying are going to be used?
No,
or are those just sites
that was just showing that there's sites that there's places in there
that can be built.
Yeah.
And then the drain fields, there were borings done and perk tests done in those locations to make sure they perk?
On lot 1E is the only perk test we've got so far.
Lot, which one? 1E?
1E.
Okay. So you don't know, the assumption would be it would perk, or otherwise it'd have to go to mound systems.
Correct. There's other ways besides drain, drain fields.
Yeah, staff.
So he met the perk requirement for the ordinance. We discussed the drain field in a house location on prior meetings to show that there was a location on each lot, a developable space on each lot, which there is. Tim and I went out and visited the site and walked the entire area, which they all do work. You're gonna have to build a house to the area. Might have a walkout basement. Some of them could be a ranch style, but they all do work. We did receive an email from South Dakota DOT that I know there was a question on the northeast approach that it was only for 2 lots. DOT did respond, and they were fine with the additional lots being served onto Sturgis Road as long as they were not used for commercial with the added traffic. I reached out to South Dakota DOT and Pier regarding the 25-year storm events in the drainage basin. Rose's calculations are the same as the DOT's at 310 for the basin area, which drains to Sturgis Road through I-90. DOT does have Sturgis Road as being flooded at a 50-year event, and the shoulders on I-90 will meet the 100-year event. The dual culvert system does meet DOT's drainage studies and calcs also.
I have a question about the well. It says well lot 1. Is that in addition to what's already there? Am I understanding that there's a shared well at this time? So is this going to be a new well?
Yes. The shared well is for lot 1G and the neighbor to the south is all the shared well is.
When you say the neighbor,
the current
well, okay.
The current shared well is lot 1G and the neighbor to the south.
Ma'am, you'll get a chance to ask questions and come up in a bit here. Let's finish our questions here. Yeah, I believe what he's saying is the shared well is for the 2 existing houses,
right,
with a shared driveway.
Which is right here, Talbot.
That's the way it's been for 30 years.
And I understand that, but what is the water source for the proposed lots 1A through 1E?
New well.
So they'll drill a new well.
Has that been tested at all yet? Has there been any?
No. Spend money on a well before we get a preliminary plat.
Be a condition of the infrastructure if the preliminary plat goes forward. There was a question which I thought was a good question, and that is that was in some of the submitted materials. The existing house, would that go then on your community system?
No, that would stay on the shared system that it's been for the last 30 years, and the new well would feed the new lots.
What's the remaining lot size on that existing house?
2.99 acres.
Yeah, doesn't our ordinance require that you got to be over 3 on a shared well system?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, you can check that.
Yeah, I can check that.
We could do that.
What's the shared well currently? Do we have data on the current shared well? What it produces, and is there any storage with that, or?
It's a 300-foot well with a pump on it. It serves both houses. No storage at this point. Never have needed it. We did just replace the pipe going down in the well and a new pump. The pipes were 50 years old, which exceeds the life expectancy of the well. And then we put a new pump in since 2003. This was the new well, so they both now have a brand new pump and a brand new piping going all the way down. it serves the two lots quite well.
Yeah, so at this point, we don't have any design, we don't like have design or layout of the water system, because you do all that at the,
The water main and stuff is designed.
okay, is that in the design papers?
Yeah, it's in the plans.
Okay. And the need for storage is going to be driven by what kind of well, what the well will produce, I'm assuming.
Correct.
Okay, questions for him? I'm flipping through plans.
A question for staff. Tanya, the email that came from one of the affected parties on this project asked for 4 specific points. Did you review them and determine whether or not any of those were like showstoppers for what this gentleman proposes to do?
I have a lot of letters. Which one are you referring to?
It was the last item on the attachment, the item submitted by adjacent landowner. It should be, if the neighborhood is approved, and there's 4 specific points that this individual brought up. I just don't know if any of these are directly adversely affecting his proposal.
The 30-foot access easement, I know that's one thing we have asked. I have not received the answer. So he can shed light on that today, the 30-foot access.
Purpose of it, or what?
Yeah, the purpose of it. You have a 30-foot access easement here. What is that going to be?
My thought was just for the future, if there ever was a need to put a second road in, an easement would exist. No direct plans at this point, but at least if there ever was a need to put a second access road, that would be the purpose of it. Tim had shared that maybe 40 foot was more adequate than 30, but yeah, it was only just for potential future use. Nothing for the current subdivision.
How does one access Lot 1E?
There's a existing driveway that comes up right in the south end of the property, right where the arrow's at, and that's been since Tom Carter built the subdivision in the 70s. That's been the way for both lots to access.
1E is the current residence, is that correct?
Yeah, there's one on 1E and then one house to the neighbor to the south.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Questions?
There would be a single approach into the yet unnamed road?
Yes, yeah, coming in from the north side of the property.
And then just to clarify, and I think it was in one of the comments there, are these all residential or is there commercial?
No, they'd all be residential. Yeah, just single house, single family dwellings. And we don't have a plan to develop them all immediately, getting the lot set up and get it all approved by the county, but as needed kind of a thing. I've got 2 children. My sister has a child. Maybe they would want a house someday. We probably will need to develop one of the lots to recoup some of the expenses, but there's no immediate plans to have them all filled in a certain amount of time or anything like that. But to get the parts for the county done is what we'd like to do now.
Hey, if nobody else has any questions for these gentlemen, I think we got some people in the audience want to have a say. So, you guys would step back, we'll see if there's anybody from the audience who wants to come up.
Thank you.
Anybody here to speak to this plat?
My name is Devin Dennis. I'm the adjacent landowner that shares the driveway and the well. And I'm going to start out with, I was just handed a cease and desist, so my comments will be very direct. I can't give opinion since I have a cease and desist. I will give one opinion that I do not want this neighborhood. My question is the well, which you guys were starting to bring up. I do believe that 1E should go onto the shared, or onto the community well and come off of mine, because if there is ever a dispute, by Meade County ordinance that I understand, you have to have 9 acres or more to drill your own well. And 2.99 is not big enough to drill their own well if they're not part of the community. Also, I saw in one of the pictures, lot 1D, it shows that its property boundary is right in the middle of my current driveway. Is that normal? And would that make lot 1D responsible for driveway repairs, or could they inhibit me from using my driveway because now all of a sudden it's their property? And again, like my wife stated in that letter that was brought up of the additional points, if they were to use their 30-foot access easement for their own driveway to access lot 1E and move the house of 1E onto community well, I'd be more than happy to pay for a fence at the top of the property and be done with the driveway. The driveway would become mine, and then everything's over. I'll never talk to them again. They can do whatever they would like, because I'm the last person to tell you what you can and can't do on your own land. I run a lemonade stand on mine. My son does. So that's where I'm at with him. And I apologize. I wish I had more to say, but I cannot.
Do you have a copy of that cease and desist? You have a problem with giving a copy of the cease and desist? Okay, but that's your original there.
What I was told. I haven't even got a certified mail copy yet.
Sir, when you bought the property, was there a well share agreement?
There is a recorded road and well agreement, yes.
Between the two properties?
Correct. That was designed back in '86, I believe. There's been one modification to it since for the electrical feed to the well. It used to come off the Gotchke property. There was a failure in that electrical, so now it comes off of my house, and the well is on my land as well. That's the only change that's ever been made. All expenses have been split on any repairs done to the well and the road.
You know what the well produces?
When they installed the pump, I was standing there, and they did a free flow on it. It was pushing 15 gallons a minute.
And you have a road share agreement as well? Does that include maintenance and snow removal and all that?
That well and shared road are one agreement. They're written together. And yes, maintenance is split down the middle on the road and the well. I have been taking care of grading the road. They have supplied gravel for me one time I've been there 7 years. They've supplied gravel one time. I've supplied gravel one time. But I do all the grading and I do the plowing of that road without any question of reimbursement. I'm okay. I'm fine with grading it because I use it too.
Is there a provision in the agreement, I'm looking at 1D, of transferring ownership to a parcel on that road?
No, I don't even understand what you're asking. No, I don't believe so.
Pardon?
What are you talking about?
So 1D, so currently the shared road is between the entire property that we're looking at and then the adjacent landowner. So under this, then the purchaser of Lot 1D would then supposedly have part ownership of that shared road. Is there a provision that allows for that?
In the agreement.
Correct.
No.
Not to your,
No, because it's always just been the two properties. It's been mine and the Goschkes. So their part of their plat may be to add that. I don't know how that works. There is nothing currently, to my knowledge.
Or does it access off of the cul-de-sac?
well, I see two questions there, or a couple questions. You could put a restriction on that lot has no access off the shared driveway. The thornier question would seem to be as to whether there's whether they have any right or what their obligations are to maintain that shared driveway.
May I add that there was originally plan submitted for modification of my approach for him to have access to build the subdivision. He was going to have two approaches at that point, and the lower south approach got denied by the county, by you guys. The north approach got approved.
We don't approve approaches off that road, but
After
I think
the
it was the.
I guess my terminology is
Right.
I apologize.
It was rejected to use that shared driveway as an access point, given that design.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
And it seems like you had one other question about the road. I can't remember, the shared road, when you first came up.
No, just whether Lot 1D would be able to use that road. I mentioned that the 30-foot access easement he has built in for potential future road. If he did build that road to access 1E, I would be willing to pay for a fence and take possession of the road and the well and just dissolve the current agreement.
So, staff, this has to meet the high density requirements. Am I correct there? In the ordinance 20,
Modified high, yes.
okay, which requires a public or community water system serving all platted lots. Okay, additional questions? Are there anything else from you, sir?
No.
Now, I'm going to ask you this one question. Dennis, is there any other facts you think we should know about? I'm not asking for opinions, just any facts about the lay of the land or the way the design might impact drainage or anything that you think we should know.
I did read and I want to say engineering, but that's not correct. American Civil Engineers, American Engineers.
AET, their bore.
Yeah.
Testing.
They said there was an elevation change of 50 feet from Lot 1E down into the bottom of 1D. That's the way I read it. I do know the west side of 1D looks extreme. Now, however, she has went out and looked at the property. Obviously, she believes they can build on it, which is out of my hands. The perk test, I don't know where they actually did that because they showed a previous plat that had 7 lots. Where was the perk test done?
On the residence, I think he said.
At the residence of...
1E, lot 1E.
But up on this picture, it shows 1G, and on this plat, it shows 1E being her house. So was it done on 1G or done on 1E?
It's on 1E on this.
Which should be 1C. So is this plat for 7 houses or 5?
It's for 5.
Okay, so that picture is incorrect. Just want to ask. So the perk was on 1E?
Yeah, the one that's on the screen is 1E, which
Okay.
would be
All right, fair enough.
1C.
Which would be 1C on the
plat,
corrected
yeah.
plat. I do know I did read it in the America's report that they were hitting groundwater at 13 feet. And it's been a dry year when they did their tests.
Yeah, so the point you're making is,
There may be possible
yeah, you got high water table through.
high water tables for anybody trying to build.
Yeah. And
drainage of their septics. I don't know that the rest of the lots will perk, is my concern. And then what happens to all that septic drainage by the time it gets down to the wells? Is it still safe? Mr. Goshi stated today that the well was 300 feet and the shared well, it's not, it's at 227. Just in case that makes any difference.
all right, thank you, ma'am. Please state your name and then your questions or
Bobby
comments.
Legner. I'm an adjoining homeowner, and irrespective of who you know for how many years, the fact that he would be in there building these extra homes does not take away from the fact that it might affect my livelihood by having them draw down our well. With all of those homes allegedly being put in there, whether it's now or whether it's 5 years, 10 years, the fact remains that the drawdown on my well, with his, it could affect what we have in the future. And the fact, we just don't want the extra people in the area. We came out there to live in peace and quiet and not have a big subdivision next door. So I just want to reiterate from before that we're not in favor of this subdivision.
Okay. Anything else that you want the board to be aware of?
Not that at this time, no.
Is there anybody else here that has comments on this plat? Questions for up front here, or for staff, or if you want to go back to the proponents?
I have a question for staff. Anything that was discussed here today, does that change your recommendation that's been presented on the application?
I would just ask that the plat be put to August and figure out the well, if Lot 1E is going to use that well, if it meets the regulations of a private well system at the 2.99 acres, or if we have to adjust lot lines to make it work with ordinance.
Or they would have to request a variance.
Or request a variance or tie into the new well that will be drilled.
Sure.
Yeah, I think we need to look at the ordinance too. It says it's supposed to be on a community well. Now, shared well might qualify, but I was trying to look it up while we're talking here. I do have a question that I think either needs to be answered by the people trying to plat, and that is on that lot that splits, the lower lot that would split that right-of-way, that existing shared, what they contend. I mean, we could put a prohibition on you can't have access to that lot. We could put something else, or it could be something, but that needs to be answered. And I will tell you, something I just totally missed until Mr. Dennis brought it up, that could cause some real problems for us as a county, because all of a sudden somebody's trying to use that as a access point or for that lot, or to actually split that lot in the future. The other issue I see is in whether it's a note on the plat or something else as to no commercial activity, because DOT's approach says they don't want commercial activity. How you're going that restriction is going to be enforceable. I think it's going to have to be in a note on the plat at a minimum. I don't know if they're planning on doing covenants within, but they could appear there too. In all frankness, I think there's some things to be answered, but you answer these things and they're probably going to meet our ordinance. Ma'am, I certainly appreciate that you don't want more development. moved out of the valley because I didn't want more development. It kept coming, encroaching on me, and you never really have a call for what comes in. But this is something we hear regularly up here, but that's the reason we don't have any say in that is because the people of this county overwhelmingly voted down zoning 10 years ago. And so we can't control, we can regulate how they chop their land up, but we can't control the use. So, I mean, we couldn't prevent them if they put a dump next to your place. So, I mean, that's
But it wouldn't be affecting my water supply.
Yeah, I understand that. The pump, they're going to have, if they go to get, they're going to have to show the pump is sufficient. I don't know if you have a permit for your well or not, but that has, if it impacts your water supply and they're pumping and you have a pre-existing permit, they have to come off of their pump. There's quite a bit of issues with that. They can't affect you if you have a permitted right under state law, but that state monitors that. I'm providing some of these things as comments for direction, but I also want the opponents to know that, I mean, these are things that I think they're going to be able to answer or come up with. So, but I think there are things that should be answered.
And the other thing that, to protect areas, if you were under a HOA or if you had covenants throughout there, that everybody had covenants on their property that said you cannot subdivide, that'd be a different animal as well. But with these being split out over time, there's nothing to say either one of you could do the same thing and subdivide, or you wanted to turn it into,
And we did at one time. We were thinking of splitting ours out, but at the time they specifically said you had to have 11 acres to have a well, and then 3 acres to have another well, or to have
community well.
Exactly.
Yeah. I did have on the plat. It's got 4X I don't know if that's a placeholder.
It's a placeholder for a road. We just don't have it.
I mean, I would.
They came up with a couple. They still had pine in them, and we don't allow that. So we're trying to come up with a naming system that doesn't already exist.
Yeah, because we don't have to have the name, do we, on the plat? We can just say it's a dedicated right of way as shown on the plat. I mean, we can still come up with the final naming convention. It's like the Triple X the movie or something.
Yeah, may I say one last thing?
Certainly, Mr. Dennis.
Can I request the board to, if there is going to be an extension to move this to August, can we move it to September so I don't have to miss my son's lemonade stand during the Sturgis rally?
The planning board is not during the rally this year. It's on August 11th.
The week after.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
I'm glad you reminded me of that.
No, yeah.
I'd be sitting here going, where is everybody on the 4th?
That makes my life easier, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, wait, that actually sounds like I'll say it's on the 4th and you come here, so I have a reason to come down. All right, other comments? Look, this has been hotly discussed. I give credits to the proponents trying to plat that they've reformed that so that there's not access coming off the shared, so the access comes from a different point. They've lowered the number of lots. Their plan's a lot better than just trying to maximize the number of lots. I think the plan looks a lot better than what it did originally because they're not trying to squeeze in stuff when too many in a confined area. But, it's fair to them if anybody has any other input to give it to them so they can try to answer that when they come back on the 11th. So does anybody have anything else? Yeah. Did you have a question? Well, you're going to have to figure that out and come up with a proposal. I'm not asking you to decide that today or figure it out today. All right.
I move we continue to August
11th. Yeah. And moved and seconded to continue this matter until August 11th. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And Mr. Dennis. Lot 2 off of Tilford. Let's address this, and then we're probably going to take a break after we address this one. Ms. West, I believe this is you, correct? But I think the board likes you better than them. So, go ahead, Shannon.
Okay, this is the plat that, before you, so preliminary plat, last time we had some drainage questions, I think we got all that addressed. The dedicated public right-of-way matches the previous plat to the east, so we have all that dedicated right-of-way. We did receive the variance to not have to plat the dedicated public right-of-way on the north side of that section line, so as a platting standpoint, I think we're all set to go for a final, so.
Questions? We've seen this one a couple times. I think the appropriate motion of someone, is anybody else here to speak to this plat? I think the appropriate motion, if one were to approve it as a preliminary plat, would be that you would require the construction of the approach permit be obtained and the approach be constructed to meet the engineer specifications before final. Okay.
Second.
Okay, any discussions on the motion? Anything else? Questions? Ms. West, questions? Okay. Shannon, got it?
Yep, sounds good.
All right. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. We're going to take we'll take a break till 3, which I've got about 8 minutes away. So.
You're on break.
How do you? Who was how? How are you? What are you up to? I saw you walking sitting in the back. I figured there was trouble waiting to happen.
Yep, the next two are just continuances.
All right, I like that. Okay, we'll go back on. I think we've got everybody we need here. We'll go to item 5E, Kinsler Estates.
Shannon, these are both Shannon's.
Yeah, we're just continuing these next two. Yeah.
I thought we were doing public hearing. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So for both of those, we are requesting to continue.
Okay. So let's start with E. Is anybody here to speak to the Kinsler Estates that's in the audience? Flat? If not, to entertain a motion to continue it at the request of the proponent.
I motion.
And a motion to continue, is there a second?
Second.
A motion to continue this to the next meeting. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, then let's go to F. This is a continuance to September 8th meeting, correct?
Correct.
And this is lots 1 and 2 of Double Diamond Estates. Is there anybody here to speak to the plat on Double Diamond Estates? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to continue that matter to September 8th.
I motion.
A motion made to continue to September 8th. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of continuing the Double Diamond Estates plat till September 8th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? That passes unanimously. We go to new business. 6A, preliminary plats of lots 1R and... What? Oh, we have a public hearing at 3. We'll go to the public hearing. Thank you for cleaning that up.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah. Now I know why Shannon wasn't paying attention. We'll go to 3 o'clock public hearing on Tax Improvement District number 3, 220th Street improvements. They're here from somebody representing AR Ranch. Come up, please, then. Yeah, come on up to the mics. Oh, okay.
Sit up here.
Oh, okay. A long way down that hallway, I guess.
Everything is on here. Whoops.
All right, we'll get started. And the applicant himself. Hey. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I'll just run over a couple quick items here, kind of run through the application. I know JD, you've got some information too, and then if there's any questions, open it for questions. This is a proposed tax increment district for property near the AR Ranch. This project is specific to paving 220th Street at, oh, you see that? I can't zoom in, but so the green is the proposed tax increment boundary. AR Ranch is in red, phase 1 and 2, future phase 3. There's also property to the west, both north and south of 220th. It'll be opened up for development with this, along with commercial interests along Erskine Ranch Road. The project itself is simply 220th Street as a through county street. Paving that, there's some drainage improvements that need to happen along with that. But that is very specific to what this project is. Generally speaking, we've got about $800,000 in public infrastructure to pave and upgrade those culverts that need upgrading. That is the project in a nutshell. And I'll let JD kind of run through some history of how we got here, but this is not something that we're just kind of dropping. We've had discussions with the county, kind of formulated this application based off of many conversations. Also kind of had to work through how the TIF process comes together, getting the application. So it's been a little bit of a to-do to get here, but we're here.
Yeah. I'm J.D. Hewitt, and am the developer in AR Ranch Estates. And first, I want to thank the Planning Committee for the opportunity to come and present today. I appreciate your time and the time that you put in week in and week out to carry out the business of the county. And also, I want to thank all the residents here that are present for this hearing and concerned about this particular hearing. And I was made aware of several comments and emails, and in fact a petition that was circulated in regard to this just this morning. So frankly, I was a little bit, I was very surprised to see the opposition, but as I read through the comments, I could see that the opposition that was voiced is, it appears to me that it's based on inaccurate information and maybe suppositions that are not correct. And so I think to walk back kind of the process, we initially never represented that this road would be paved when we did phase 1, and it was never in our plan. We did phase 2, and it seemed the more we got into it, the more interest there was in having 220th paved, and we could see that the challenges that were going to ensue maintaining a gravel road with the kind of traffic that it was getting. And so we initially thought we would apply, and this was actually in conjunction with the former planning director, apply for a road district. And that, as we got into it, we presented to the county. It really didn't meet the criteria because it is a through road. And it really is not, would not be equitable to put the burden of care for that road on just phase 1 and phase 2 residents. So we backed up, and then it was kind of suggested that we look at this as a TIF. And I think one of the main misconceptions that people must be operating under is that that there would be a reimbursement or clawback of money that we've already invested in infrastructure. That's not the case. We've already spent, as you can imagine, considerable funding, private funding, to not only put infrastructure in for these AR Ranch estates, but for 220th itself. And we came to the county to actually pave it on our own, and it was going to require, more upgrades than were feasible. So with this TIF, basically, the first thing is that this is an economic development TIF, and an economic development TIF is not, as opposed to a local TIF, where the burden of carrying the reimbursement on a local TIF is borne by the local residents. On an economic development TIF, it's spread out throughout the state. So there won't be any tax increase per se to the residents in AR Ranch estates by supporting this TIF. The second thing is that this is that the development has already been taken place. So the way I look at this, and I think the county would look at this, is that this really is a perfect scenario for the county, because there's enough development already created to support this TIF. That was created by private funding. There was no public money whatsoever used in creating the infrastructure, or what, that was Prairie Dog Town and grassland. And so that property went from a tax revenue of about $500 an acre to probably $45,000 a year. I mean, $500 a year to probably $45,000 a year already. And so that is already in place. That will fund this TIF. Now, so it doesn't require an increase in property taxes. There are already taxes that are being paid. And as far as future development, nobody knows what that will be. There definitely won't be any future development unless there is a paved artery to work from. And I guess from my standpoint, I can say that unequivocally. So I don't know what possible objection someone would have really to having a paved road rather than a gravel road that we really can't, we really can't hold long term. The last study that I was aware of was like in April of 2024, and I think it was they did a traffic count that month. It showed like 110 cars average per day on that road. That was over a year ago, and so it's just not sustainable on a gravel road.
Would you like to take the rest of public comment, or?
Do you have anything else to add? Otherwise, I'll move to public comment. But
well, I guess there'd be an opportunity to respond if there's
yeah, sure. We
something
can
that
bring you
comes up.
back up for clarifications and whatnot. The documents are out there. It would still be subject to developers agreement. I think you guys have probably seen you had proposed a developers agreement, which the county's not going to find acceptable. There's a rough out of something that the county used as a base from Rapid Cities form, but it still needs some work so that, I think probably the biggest thing on that is there's make sure that it's clear of what work's going to be done. You said, as essentially this road's going to be rebuilt to county specs as a paved road, and you're going to fix some drainage and culverts.
Correct.
And the estimated cost, what did you say about?
It's about 800,000. We've budgeted 900 in this TIF.
Sure. So, and then there's budgeted work, and then there's budgeted interest payments,
right?
Which you're going to go out and get a commercial lender to support,
right?
And that would be the TIF cost,
right?
One clarification I want to make so everybody's aware of why this is designed as an economic TIF. There's no guarantee that it'll be treated that way by the state at this point. Even if it's not treated as an economic TIF, it doesn't increase taxes within the district. The only issue becomes is when you do a TIF, the state has a hold harmless for the schools essentially, where if it's an economic development TIF, that hold harmless for the schools is distributed throughout the state under a formula. If it's not if the state determines it doesn't qualify as an economic TIF, that hold harmless is distributed throughout the county, at the governmental level that did the TIF. So that is not there won't be any direct increase in taxes to pay the TIF within the district. And I just want I believe I said that correctly, unless you guys think I've said, but I thought that was important before people get up and speak that they understand how the financing works somewhat.
And what is the term?
So TIFs are only, you have to, once a TIF is formed, you have 5 years to complete the work, and the TIF only runs from 20 years from formation, not from when the work's done. So it's on the developer generally, the developer in this situation is going to have to go out and borrow the money, do the work. If there's not funds that comes back through the TIF sufficient to pay off the debt, the developer's at risk on it. So, no. They run for 20 years.
If I could interject, one of the, I guess, nuances of this particular TIF is the fact that rather than applying for this TIF on the front end of a project, there's already significant tax revenue being generated by this district. So our actual projection, if we have even a modicum of continued growth, this should be paid off in 10.
Yeah, could have should, yeah. Well, and I should have bought a lot more in Microsoft 20 years ago.
Right.
But that's the risk you guys take.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Kyle, question for you. Within this district, I guess, are you the majority landowner or own all the property that's in this developed area, soon to be developed area? Or are there others?
There's part of it is owned by.
Go back to the map.
The Benoit Trust owns that quarter section right there. We own the rest of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, minus the platted lots that have been sold already.
Right.
The in that quarter, county hasn't approved the TIF, but it was recommended by some people at the county, a couple commissioners and some of the plannings. If you're going to come forward with a TIF, it should include all the land that would benefit. So, because we've seen this happen in a couple spots where a TIF is done, somebody comes in and builds the infrastructure, and then some neighbor does all the development, puts a whole bunch of expense on it that wasn't a part of the TIF. So you don't want to improve that or have them then do something on that property that uses this TIF infrastructure without contributing to the payback. So that's why that quarter was included.
And to answer the question, we are mature, even with that quarter in there.
Yep, most of the ground.
Yep.
Yep.
You as a partnership or?
JD entities that you're representing.
Okay. Okay. And Talbot, if you could speak a little bit on, you brought up schools in the TIF district, how that affects the school districts. Do they not see the funding that tax district that goes to pay the tax district, and the school can potentially lose out on that for up to 20 years? Or how does
there's the hold harmless kicks in. I'm not an expert on TIFs, frankly. Wait. that funding, well, their base funding they're still received. They don't get the lift until the TIF's paid. So in a way, so like the houses that are there today, that if they're paying 10,000, a house is paying, I'm just gonna say, if all those houses are paying 10,000 right now to the fire, which I think is Piedmont out there, that 10,000 stays, but any increase in valuation they don't get the benefit of until the TIF clears. So they don't go backwards. They just don't pick up the extra.
Everything locks in.
And those parties affected don't get a voice in it? I mean, they can come to the meeting
No,
and express their concern, but they don't get a vote?
They're given notice. I think if state law requires that they get a notice letter in case they have objections to it. I think we've been contacted by the school district. I think there was a contact by the school district, but I don't think anybody else, unless you're aware of one. Yeah. Okay.
If I may ask a question. Sir, I just drove that road today. Pretty well maintained for a gravel dirt road. I live on one myself. You mentioned about increased traffic, everything else, which would lead me to indicate that this is going to be an area of obviously residential development with a little bit of commercial. But there are a lot of side streets off of 220th that lead into these new little housing areas, stuff like that. Are you planning on making sure they stay all dirt roads and stuff, or are you looking at making it concrete all around asphalt?
So I don't have plans to pave those, I guess, unilaterally. I wouldn't be opposed to partnering with those HOAs. If they want to do a road district, they could pave their section of those roads. Those lots were sold at significantly below market value now, and so I feel that it would only be right for the landowners there, if they want a paved road to their driveway, that they would contribute. And frankly, we've done studies on a road district, and they could, which actually even included 220th, which is half of the cost of doing all of the side streets, and they could do it they could finance that and fund it for about $65 a month, and their HOA fee now I think is about $45. So it would be a negligible difference for them if they want to pay those.
Was there mention about a possible commercial development? Do we have any information on that, sir?
So we've reserved some space out there on Erskine Ranch Road to be a commercial development, and we're in the feasibility of that.
Are we talking like heavy construction equipment?
No. Thinking more suitable to a residential area, like maybe some an event venue type thing that would potentially have an equine element to it or something along those lines.
In asking the question about commercial development, note that there's several allusions to residential sprawl. Does that have anything to do with the requirements for an economic development TIF, or what? Talk about that.
Maybe Kyle would be more qualified.
So maybe just to talk through it a little bit, the area around 220th, obviously it is primed for additional residential growth. The idea, especially when it comes to sprawl, is to really locate that in this area and keep these little road districts from forming, in other places all around the county. So by creating this node, that's really what we're doing. To speak to what JD was saying with the other streets and paving them, 220th was specifically listed because it is a public improvement. And for a through street. So that's why just that area has been included. If funding was to improve that, to create these additional development areas off of this corridor.
So to clarify, we don't necessarily have a comprehensive master plan how this place is going to unfold, correct? You want to tell us that by paving 220th as it is now, but not going all the way up to Haynes, is considered an economic development.
Right. And that's
Not economic growth, but economic development.
right, to help support the proposed. We've got a couple.
Yeah, just hold the mic, or you can pull that forward a bit too if that works for you, Kyle.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's very specific to that area around Erskine Ranch Road and helping to create that node for that commercial development that we've talked about.
Well, sir, I'm a little concerned. I'm thinking economic development. I'm thinking like Costco's and supermarkets and businesses are going to bring jobs. I don't hear that. I hear a lot of places you can build more houses. I hear that you have a piece of land that you want to use for a commercial business, maybe for a restaurant or maybe a Starbucks. I don't know if I can see this as an economic development opportunity in my interpretation.
And I mean, just to be totally honest, this isn't a location where we would want that heavy commercial user like you're talking about. This would be to support this area. So this is smaller economic development than what you're talking about. So in that terms, like a Costco or whatever, there's not the population out there to drive that. So this is meant more to support the residential people that are living in this area.
Correct, which would mean it's very specific to the local population of that area, not necessarily totally beneficial to either the state or the county as a whole. I mean, on one hand, I sat at this meeting, I had people going upset about a gated community with a airstrip in it. They don't want anything like that out there. On the other hand, somebody could tell me that might be considered economic development because we're going to be able to sell aviation fuel out there.
Sure.
Yeah.
If I could add to that, so that I'm just a little bit confused, because residential sprawl in itself, in using this term, would indicate that there is no infrastructure supporting residents, or more accurately, with residential sprawl becomes the increase of dependence on automobiles. That's where the term came from. And so the response, or how to mitigate residential sprawl, is what's called complete neighborhoods. And so that's why I'm asking about the commercial development, because complete neighborhoods would mean that commercial would be focused on that which is necessary for residents and designed to reduce use of automobiles. So an example of commercial development to prevent residential sprawl would be things like grocery stores or health care or anything like that. Is that what you're thinking? Because I know that the neighbors, they're very, very concerned about what kind of commercial development are we looking at, and does it in fact, is it designed to reduce residential sprawl?
So to that point, this commercial development, it obviously we don't have the population to support that big box or the big industrial, and that's not at all what we would be proposing in this area. This would be a direct benefit to the residents of this area to create, you talked about the equine facility or potentially a event center of some sort. If there were a small grocer or convenience store, obviously all those would be welcome at this location as long as they're supported. But yes, those would help to drive the development in this area per the definition that you're speaking of, if I'm following you correctly.
I think that you know, we're not in a position right now to predict, like Talbot suggested, you know, hindsight is 20/20. But paving this road will create the opportunity, the possibility to add the population base to support a local convenience store or something like that. And there's, you know, we have, I don't know, 500 acres right there that, you know, would be available if the landscape allows. But, you know, if all these roads remain gravel roads and nobody wants to live on them, then those opportunities are not going to be realized.
Well, just to clarify, excuse me, just a moment. Just to clarify, so don't equate convenience store with grocery.
Okay.
That is not it's not designed to mitigate automobile traffic, and I think you'd find a great opposition for such a commercial venture.
Sure.
The one thing that I would add to this conversation is that this node, 220th off of Erskine Ranch Road, it is identified in the comprehensive transportation plan as an area for what we're talking about right now too.
Mm-hmm. And as such, and that's good as such. So I had a hard time reading the plans. They were really blurry on there. What kind of shoulders would be anticipated?
Sure, and we can definitely go into those details. It has been, so it was designed by Long Branch Engineering. They put together this. It still has to be reviewed by the county engineer, but it's built to the county's standards. That's how it's been designed.
Even the states.
County and states. So there's also dollars in the budget for the county to review those plans when they come in too. So I don't want to go too far. You know, the county engineers and transportation department, they're going to have that chance to review these and make those comments. And there's dollars available for them to do that in here.
And if I recall, sir, a couple of years ago, they had a big meeting down at one of the middle schools about connecting Haynes and Erskine Ranch Road. And I know, if I believe correctly, this is one of the areas they were looking at. Is there any plans or anticipation of connecting 220th to Haynes based on this request for this tip, which would possibly lead to maybe be considered, in my opinion, economic development, because then we have another throughway through, which we know for a fact the state and county has brought up several times as far as their transportation plan?
Sure. I don't want to speak for the Meade County, but I think there's an obvious level of if this becomes paved, that's half the way over to Haynes Avenue. But I don't want to speak for the transportation department. Tanya, if you.
Tanya doesn't want to either.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I don't, this is a TIF. It's either going to be an economic development TIF or it's going to be a TIF for just the improvement. I think we got to be careful not to get wrapped in the term of economic development, what that means, versus what it means in a statutory definition to qualify as an economic development TIF, versus what we think is good economic development generally within the county. There are different standards, there are different discussions. It has more to do with the standard. I mean, frankly, out there, an equine probably location. When they shut down the barn, which I think C used, and that was used just outside of Piedmont, that pushed a lot of people out. There's a shortage of that. I could certainly see somebody doing something like that out there for a port. Yeah, the XY Ranch.
That would probably be ag.
Well, no, I mean, it depends on how they use it. If it's a commercial activity, it might qualify as ag, but it might have commercial, but it doesn't. And the number of people drive the type of commercial that you get. And it's this This is a paved road. I'll lay it out. I mean, as this board knows, 220th is seeing a lot of activity as it goes over to Husker Place for possible development. The county's looked at 220th and the fact of potentially punching it through at some point simply because it's the first place north of the ridge there that you can really punch through a road before you get to Elk Creek. The county's also looked at punching one through south of that ridge, but there's 3-4 miles there that you just can't put a road through. And you got to look at long-term development of what's just happening out there. It's not, you know, we're kind of the opposite Field of Dreams where it was build it and they will come. They're showing up, and then we're kind of chasing building some of this because people are showing up. So I think that first leg in pavement, does that lead to the punch through of 220th? I don't think anybody knows. But is the traffic clearly growing out there? Yes. And are more paved roads needed in the county? Certainly. So those are difficult questions. That doesn't mean this is the right tip at the right time, but you have somebody willing to do it, that, and if you're going to build it to county specs, it's 28 feet wide driving surface plus, well, not driving surface, 24 with 2-foot shoulders. So that's.
I think these are 4-foot shoulders.
Yeah, and if you're doing 4 foot's even better, but and it's going to have to meet county specs. I mean, that's part of the problem. When you build, the infrastructure, you got to build it to the governmental specs. So, I mean, these are interesting. Some of this is philosophical, and some of it's just we have to deal with stuff that's being driven by the fact that Rapid City doesn't do proper residential development closer to town. So it's tough. All right. So, any more questions for these gentlemen? Otherwise, I think we might have somebody in the audience that wants to say something.
If I could just briefly summarize two points from that. Thank you.
Sure.
So yeah, I'm very familiar with 220th. I run it 3 times a week. So you probably know about where every ankle turning hole is. But I appreciate hearing about the 4-foot shoulders. These are, every time we put in a new road, there's opportunities to support pedestrian bike traffic. And this, in the old argument of it never connects to anything, well, it won't until you start building them. And so I appreciate that concern. And please understand, too, that the neighbors out there, of whom I am one, is greatly concerned about the commercial development that takes place. Non-industrial, something that is going to be residential friendly and so forth. So those are the 2 key points.
Roger, you're going to get me preaching about zoning again. You know, people didn't want zoning.
You have a friend.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, why don't you step back? Does anybody want to speak to this? We've gotten a lot of written comments. Some of them might have been cleared up with people's the comments made. Ma'am, you raise your hand first, so you get to go first. There you go. You could. Oh,
sorry.
That's not a problem. If you could identify yourself and before you start speaking, it'd be helpful to us.
Sure. My name's Carrie Bullion. I'm the president of AR Ranch Estates HOA for Phase 1 on Riata Loop. Like many of the residents here, many are in the room today, our investment was based on a belief in transparent planning and stable governance. Today, our community includes 34 lots in Phase 1, all which are sold. In Phase 2, there's 35 lots with 17 sold. It's not a speculative development. It's a thriving community as is. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents from both phases to oppose this. We've identified serious concerns, though more thoroughly outlined in the letter that I sent. I wanted to speak today and focus on some of those and give the opportunity to answer questions if anything wasn't clear in that letter. We're focusing on the financial integrity, legal obligation, and long-term public trust. TID should unlock new development by financing public improvements that otherwise wouldn't happen. 220th Street already serves active construction. The proposed developments and improvements are limited to paving, drainage, and grading. They offer no regional infrastructure expansion or benefit to the state. There's no new utility service, transit link, or arterial road. Nothing meets the spirit or legal framework of the law. While the debt is projected to be repaid in 10 years, the TID is structured to divert county revenue for 20, doubling the fiscal impact without adding public return. South Dakota law requires TIDs to address blight, infrastructure gaps, or enable economic development that wouldn't otherwise occur. This doesn't meet those criteria. Homes are under construction, property values have already risen by $21 million, there's no documented hardship and no committed commercial tenants. Upgrading a gravel road post-development is cosmetic. This proposal fails the but-for test and functions more as a retroactive reimbursement than lawful public financing. This TID allows the developer to recoup $1.8 million, once spent, while Meade County receives $47,900, less than 3% of the total expenditure. More concerning, the county forfeits over $100,000 per year in proposed new tax revenue for up to 20 years. That's $2 million in potential funding that could support schools, emergency services, or critical infrastructure countywide. There's no safeguards if revenue falls short and public risk with private reward. Approving a TID sends a message to other developers. Build first, then ask taxpayers to subsidize later. That shifts the risk from private investors onto public institution and sets a precedent that encourages speculative projects with uncertain benefit. I believe it was said earlier in the meeting, adage of what you do for one, you do for all. Not once during platting, permitting, or lot sales were AR residents consulted about the TID. We were told the developer would pave the road. This has been said since Phase 1 began work. There's no record of outreach in the proposal. This erodes public trust and contradicts the principles of participatory governance. When financial decisions are made without those directly affected, transparency is lost, and so is accountability. Nearly $800,000 of reimbursable costs, over 44%, is purely for financing, not actual development. There are speculative projections, and if revenue or property values falter, the county shoulders the risk and the debt, not the developer. The developer expects the county to take over maintenance of 220th, serving a private subdivision, with no long-term cost projections. This shifts future expenses to the taxpayers without clarity or consent. Public financing should serve the clear public interest, not function as post-construction reimbursement for private costs. This proposal lacks legal justification, economic viability, and transparent process. We urge you to reject this and uphold Meade County's fiscal responsibility, community trust, and legal integrity. I thank you for listening to this presentation. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer. I'd really like you to also ask if there has been any kind of preliminary letter sent to the state seeking the preliminary classification, because it's being posed as economic development, and I'd like to hear what the state had to say about that or what that letter looks like.
Appreciate the couple of things that you said. If the TIF pays off, the TIF is dissolved. So once it's paid off, that money just doesn't go out to the county or anybody else. It
can be dissolved for 20 years, because my understanding was it stayed for 20 years.
No, that's the longest it can run. So it gets dissolved. And Rapid City's got several TIFs that paid off early. That happens all the time. Some TIFs don't ever pay off, so they run for 20 years. And the county won't be guaranteeing the debt. It will all be on the developer, just as a clarification.
That's fair. I do think, though, in looking at those projections, it seems very unrealistic. Like in 2025, it says there's going to be an average of $1.2 million per house in a value. Currently, I live out there. The houses are between $400,000 and $800,000. It seems unrealistic.
Yeah, I'm not saying that his numbers look perfect, but the risk is on them, and if it does pay off under the TIF does get dissolved. In fact, I think it says right in the developer agreement, TIF's dissolved upon payoff.
Fair.
And that's what state law requires too. TIF has to get paid off, or it has to be dissolved. So just a couple of those clarifications. I do appreciate the time you put in, and having served on an HOA for 14 years myself, it's a difficult job. I appreciate the fact, and I respect the fact that you're doing that for the homeowners out there.
And a lot of people aren't willing to come up and speak.
Well,
and so I just want you to know that they have all been talked to, and they've all signed the letter because they've all participated. So, thank you.
You bet. Well, anybody have questions for her?
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, yeah. You got to come get on the mic, and I wasn't sure when you raised your hand whether you were just seconding my compliment to her or whether you wanted to speak, but why don't you come and speak?
The hot seat. Yeah. My name is Ben Cook. I am a resident of Reata Loop. part of our confusion is when you get a letter dropped and nobody talks to you. Been in the Army for 28 years. Communication is one of the best tools that you got. If you're going to drop something like this, instead of this being the communication portion of it, if you got the residents and communicated and talked, because there's a lot of confusion right now. Originally, we saw 3.6 million. That is a large number for anybody to even accept. Especially when, if that was the number, when the construction on Sheridan Lake Road is $4 million, what's going into this road? I understand confusion. I understand things have changed. And now, like, the $800,000 thing, right? Am I correct? Yep. Okay. This is information where instead of this being the forum, because this is not the proper forum for this conversation. I understand that, and I don't want to sound like I'm complaining and all that stuff. The proper forum would have been to have a meeting with everybody out there. And some of the clarification, because like I said, the confusion on that we were going to pay for it, as in the, let's call it the 100 residents out there. That confusion probably would have been negated quite substantially. Not as eloquent as everybody else, but again, all I can go back to is the communication portion, and we're not ignorant people. But being able to clarify specific wordings and phrases in letters and getting a letter that doesn't have, we got, what, 4 or 5 letter pages? Okay, so there's a lot of information in here, just like, let's call it the big beautiful bill. Who in Congress is going to read that? Okay, if you give us 2 weeks to get here and being able to understand all of those pages, I'm a law enforcement guy. I cannot read all those pages. One, I have ADHD and I'll lose interest. Okay? But being able to pose questions and ask questions to the developer, the attorney for the developer, that's where the big thing is. So some of the confusion out there could have been solved. And you wouldn't, I don't know what else to say. Sorry, I'm not trying to sound like I'm, for better words, I don't want to say that word, complaining, okay? But the realization that we're all neighbors. My house is, call it 500 yards from his. We're all neighbors. To be a neighbor, it means communicating. Sometimes you don't have neighbors you get along with, but you still need to talk to them, especially when I've gone to calls with neighbors. Again, I apologize. I appreciate the time you guys gave me for this, but it's just communication. That's the biggest thing. Right? I'm sorry. Thank you.
No, thank you. Who's next? Yeah, well, you can confess later.
My name is Sharon Conley. I live in Phase 2. Speaking of the transparency on the information that has been lacking, I tried calling the day that I received my certified letter, and I spoke with Tanya. And my question to her was, how does this affect me as a taxpayer on my property taxes? I was told, I will call you back. Did not receive a call back. I tried calling that Monday, and they said she was out. Hope she had a wonderful day off. I really do. I was given a phone number for Megan at Vanacker Development. Left a message. No call back. The problem is no one will tell us, what does this cost us as a resident? It's a fair question. What are you going to charge me on my property taxes? I'm retired. I have a fixed income. Are you going to price me out of my home? This is a fair question. Again, I hit nothing back. No information back. How is this fair to myself, to my neighbors? And the other part of this is, why is it only AR Ranch being affected on that cost? There's people up on 139. There's people down 220th before you get to the real bumpy area. You know that area. Why? Why only a handful of us? And again, no information. So how can I get this information? Who do I ask? Where is it? That's my question.
You were here earlier when I explained how the taxing works on TIFs.
I was.
Did that clear up your question?
No,
then?
because nobody will tell us what it costs us individually. Are my property taxes going to go up $100 a year, $1,000 a year,
No.
$5,000 a year?
None of those.
And where is my guarantee of this?
Well,
Where does it state this?
Ma'am,
Because we're talking about two different types of TIFs.
so
Yeah.
again, these are controlled by state law. And even if it's rebalanced throughout the county, which is a fairly complex formula, you won't even notice it on any individual tax. You just don't. So, I mean, there's no special tax on the people in the district. None. For a TIF.
Wait and see. Thank you.
Well, that's not how you do evaluations of houses. You do comparable sales. So it'd be driven by comparable sales. That's how evaluations are done for equalization.
I think probably as a, maybe a stretch of that would be if this went through and then that development, say every house built after that was a $2 million house, then your valuation maybe would go up based on neighboring properties, but I think that would be the only way. The road itself wouldn't increase your value.
Equalization is based on comparable sales under state law for houses. And then there's a new state law coming in effect that's going to cap owner-occupied, so that's going to even be less likely for owner-occupies. So, that's how that's done. Who else? Okay, you guys have been sitting patiently. You got to have some more questions. If you want to come up, ma'am, I don't really yelling questions. We live stream these, right? Or we stream these. So we stream these, and so if you're not using the mic, they can't listen to it online.
My name is Doris Ware, and I live on Riata Loop Phase 1. I just have a couple questions. So in the TIF that was brought to our attention, it was $1.7 million that was going to be charged for the TIF. Why is there a different amount now? And if we're not the only ones using 220, why are we the only ones being taxed for it? Because the people that live further down from us, they also use 220, and they're not being involved in the tax. Granted, their portion is not being paved for this TIF, but they do use the road.
And there's no special tax laid on you just because you're in the boundaries. The boundaries simply describe where the growth factor will be applied for payback of the TIF. It's not an additional tax. It's so like if the property within the TIF it does not increase in tax assessment, the developer gets nothing. And there's no special tax on that. The only way the developer gets paid back is generally it's by building, if the new houses come in, those lift, when a lot goes from being worth $40,000 to a house worth $400,000, that difference goes back to pay the developer, only on new development. And it's no new tax, it's being taxed just like everybody else. It's just that portion's allocated. So again,
So our taxes are not going to go up?
I don't know what your
For the
taxes are going to
TIF?
do, but there is no special tax levy for it to pay the TIF back. The TIF is paid back through growth of value, not a special tax levy. So I hope I've made that clear. But, and now I'm assuming Megan, is your number the 1.8? Does that include the interest? Okay, yeah. So there's the cost of the project, and then if you assume it takes X years to pay it back, you also have so many years of interest. It's like when you buy your house for $300,000, but you pay the bank $600 when it's all said and done, because you have to pay the interest on top. So that 1.8 number includes interest on the loan too. So that's why when we were talking, when they were talking before, the 800 and change was the infrastructure cost. I appreciate it, and it's a communication thing. These are complicated. Believe me.
I still don't
I've dealt with them
understand.
before,
So
and they're
you're just
complicated.
telling us that our taxes are not going to be raised because of the TIF?
I'm saying there will be no levy put on your house
For
to pay
the
the
TIF.
TIF. Now, that I can't testify that your taxes won't be paid, because if there's a revaluation and your house is increased in value, your taxes could go up, but it has nothing to do with the TIF. But, or if if your garage burns down, the valuation of your house probably goes down. And that has nothing to do with the TIF. So but those are, what's going to happen is going to happen to your house, whether you have the TIF or not. The TIF won't make a difference on that. There's no special levy that the TIF adds within the district to your house.
So then why is it a concern for us whether they pave 220 or not if we're not having to pay any of it?
I don't know why it's a concern. I mean, that's
Because the way we received the information, it was a concern for us.
yeah. I understand the I think it's been made clear that there could have been better communications by the gentleman who's moved now and is in the back, and the president of the board. Yeah, and look, I'm just trying to explain how these are, as my kids say, I over-explain things. So, who else? Come on up, sir. If you could speak to the mic, please, so they can pick that up.
My name is Brandon Arnold. I'm a resident there of Riata Loop. I don't have the fancy language of the lawyers or any of that stuff, so I just have a few questions here. If it's not a big deal on who's paying for it or anything else, why isn't the fancy green box bigger? Why doesn't it expand down 220th or up 139th? Every morning it's a racetrack from Erskine Ranch Road all the way up 139th. It's a cut across. People save time. So you pave it, now we deal with traffic, we deal with speed, we deal with everything else. I don't see law out there. Once in a great while on Erskine Ranch Road. So why isn't the green box bigger? Why are we the ones that are focused on it? You comment on, Michael, you commented on the gravel road and how nice it is. JD paves it once in a great while, maybe once a year, and that's if we complain and complain to him to finally get it done. The potholes get deep enough that you bend rims, you break bumpers on your car. The residents out here have all taken their own personal time, personal gravel, and everything else to help fill them damn holes.
Well, I would need to know, sir, is 220th maintained by a road association or
no?
So there's no oversight board to make sure that it maintains a certain
He
standard.
claims he owns it as a developer. We've been told from day one that road was going to be paved. I didn't move to the country for a paved road, so it benefits me in no way. I don't care if it's gravel or not. If I want paved roads and street lights, I'd live in town. I enjoy the dust, the dirt, and everything that comes with living in the country. The commercial development, that's a big concern for me too. Who's to say we're not going to just build another campground there? Then we get to deal with that crap. There's too many unknowns, too many unanswered questions, I guess. It benefits the county to go ahead and have it done because that's a third. It's not half like he says it is. That's a third. So who's gonna cover the other 2/3? The airport? The county? Or is it just gonna be left gravel, dirt, holes? And then we get to deal with the racetrack. You say there's no property tax gonna be increased? Is that a guarantee until the state decides which TIF it's gonna be under? We don't know.
If you're asking me again, there's no special levy on any of the property in the district to pay back.
Understand that. Understand what you said. But you also said there's two different kinds, right? The state makes that decision.
There's economic and non-economic, that's true. Go with that reapportionment.
Again, I ask, what's the benefit to any resident out there? A fancy racetrack that we get to deal with? A walking path for people that don't live there? Commercial development that will benefit from the first 100 yards or whatever it is till he puts a entrance in? As a resident, I don't see any benefit to it. None. We already have to fix the road dang there ourselves. We already have to pay out of pocket to fix our own loops. And then we have to fix this. I mean, it's been brought up, okay, if the county, is the county going to take it over? Is the county going to maintain it when it's done? Who maintains it when it's done? We all know asphalt don't last forever. You can look at all the developments around, Timberwood, Golden Valley. Look at all those. The asphalt's broke up in how many years? Just a few. So we can go and spend $1.some million to put in an asphalt road that ain't gonna last. Then who's gonna have to pay for it to fix it again? Us? Again? The county? Who? That's what I mean. There's just nobody, there's no questions that anybody can answer because it's all based on speculation. A what if, right? That's all I have. I appreciate your time. Sorry, my voice is a little loud speaking into the mic. Get a little heart rate raised.
You did fine.
I appreciate it.
Any questions for this gentleman?
I appreciate your concern, sir. And like I said, I do live at the end of a dirt road. I live at the end of Sunshine Valley Road. And I've been told for years since I moved there that they're going to take half of Sunshine Valley Road and turn it into an Elk Creek based on a master plan that was done back in 2012 or 13. Never happened. You're right. These are open-ended questions. But my honest opinion is that someone wants to get this paved so they can make it more attractive to people when they look at buying houses back there. So we are looking at a congestion issue. There's no doubt in my mind. And people are coming. Question is that a lot of people here don't necessarily want to have a lot of people here coming in. And we have to balance that with the needs of the county as a whole and the needs of the private landowners. And private landowners do have certain rights.
Else? Hey, ma'am. Oh. Well,
Sir, I think we want the speakers to come forward if
Yes,
they wish
please.
to say something.
you want to come up and
So, my name's Dave Oliver. I'm a resident of Phase 1, Lot 1. 220th started life as it was a section line. I mean, that was just a old ranch farmland out there that road didn't exist until the development, took place. So, I don't know who owns it now. I don't know what the process looks like when a developer comes in and develops land, how that works with the county, but it was a public right-of-way for years and years and years. So who assumes it now? I don't know. But what I do know is they use it for a school route for buses. So I don't know. I think county has to have some interest in that thing, but, who owns it, who maintains it? I don't know. We don't. The residents of AR Ranch doesn't.
section line.
You know, and the other thing too, you know, if the road doesn't meet county code, you know, and that's part of the improvements, why is the county letting the buses operate on it? You know, that's probably another conversation for another time, but they're using that as a bus route right now, transporting kids on a non-county road that doesn't, according to him, meet county, you know, code. So who does own the road? And why was the road, when it was constructed to, you know, build AR Ranch, why wasn't the road made to put up to county specs at that time? Why are we now having that thought? You know, the afterthought. We've started to take everybody's property taxes for the last several years since the development's been built.
Yeah,
But, you know, the road was never up to snuff to start with. So, those are, again, long-ended open questions. You know, there's, I think, a lot of transparency issues here, a lot of, you know, more questions than answers. But to the original question of who owns 220th, I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. But I do know that it was a section line. Started life as a section line. There was not a road that was there. 139th existed. 220th from the junction of 139th over to Erskine Ranch Road did not exist. That was put in to build this residence, this development. So that's all I got. Thank you guys for your time.
Do you wish to clarify a couple of those issues on county road, the road?
I can just quick. To begin with, thanks, Dave, but the road was approved by the county. It was built to county specs. We would not have been given final plat if it wasn't. We have, since then, we've discovered drainage issues. We spent nearly another $200,000 correcting those. That's why it's in good shape now. We do try to maintain it as best we can. But when there's probably from 120 to 140 vehicles a day that use that road, it becomes increasingly difficult. It's been better since we've improved the drainage and the base. We tore a bunch of it up and applied the base. As far as who owns the road, it's a dedicated public right-of-way. The county owns the road, without question. But the county owns hundreds of miles of road that are not on the county maintenance schedule. And that's just the way it is. Meade County is a big county, and that's one of the roads. So, but it happens to be a road that sees a lot of traffic and is going to continue to see a lot of traffic, and I think it'll be better to maintain, it'll be safer, and it'll be in everybody's interest to see this TIF approved.
So, from the county's perspective, it's correct. The county owns the road just like they own all of 220th going through to Husker Place. It's on the non-maintained county road list, which means the county doesn't regularly maintain it. So, but any section line is considered a right-of-way subject to county control, even undeveloped ones. That's state law.
Just one more point of clarification. The projections are based on an average home evaluation of $550,000. So I think 1.2 or something have been thrown. It's based off of $550,000.
Okay. Is there anybody else in the audience that haven't spoke that wishes to speak? Sir, come on up.
My name's Philip Nelson. I'm not in the green square. I'm just to the north side of it. I occasionally use 220th. A lot of people do. I think it's been explained that this isn't, the road per se is not going to raise anybody's taxes here. I don't quite understand why they don't understand it. Taxes may go up for a lot of other reasons, but it seems to me that we all benefit when there's an improvement in the infrastructure where we live. I would like to drive on paved roads. I think everybody here would. I think they're just afraid that there's something here you're not telling them. I don't know why they don't understand, but the way you have explained it seems proper, that it gets spread out. Everyone in that area, there's a lot of people to the east on 220 that go up and down that road too. It seems that the way, the burden shouldn't be just on the people in the green square, which you've explained is not. It's spread out over the county and even to the state. That seems to me to be the way that this type of thing should be done. Otherwise, if we're going to rely up on somebody that's developing the property to do this, it's often never going to be done. So there has to be some kind of compromise here. I'm for paving the road. The sooner you pave the road, the cheaper it's going to be. There's lots being sold there. They're probably going to sell better. That's going to improve the tax base. It's not going to stop development there, but it'll probably happen quicker. So I'm in favor of you doing it. I don't see anything wrong with what's going on here. So.
My place in the green box, it isn't raising the tax any.
Why is the green box where it is? Why
Gentlemen, please.
Yeah.
No, it's a fair question. Why can it not be bigger?
Again, why is it just that area? Nobody can seem to explain. Why is it just that area?
General policy with TIFs is you try to include the area that directly benefits.
So 139th doesn't benefit. The rest of 220th doesn't benefit.
You gotta draw your line somewhere.
So you just pick and choose whatever you want to do.
Yes, and it impacts what the tax base is, and it impacts how it then also would impact other taxing entities. So you try to balance this. Again, you don't get special, there's no tax differential for you being in the green box or not. The only reason the green box exists is so that you know what the tax base of the district is.
Well, and this is what the developer brought to us. That's the boundary that they.
Yeah, in fact,
what's payback to the developer?
It's more beneficial for the developer to include a bigger area because that will actually pay it back a lot quicker. But that tax then doesn't go to the county, to other people, the neighbors out there. His taxes shouldn't go to something that has nothing to do with him. His should go to something that.
as was said before, that other quarter was added because county officials that looked at it earlier said, well, that quarter directly benefits by having a paved road next to it, so it should be part of that.
I still don't see the benefit of 2 miles, but that's just me.
Yeah, okay.
All
right, sir, you're on your second time, and I don't have. We got other stuff to do. Ma'am, you did raise your hand in the back. You want to come up? I'd like you to keep it short. We do have some other business to do today too.
My name is Sandy Nelson. I am not in the green box. I'm just north of the green box, but I use 220th all the time as a pedestrian. So I just wanted to let you know that I see a lot of other pedestrians out there too. As you said, you're one of them. So I'm a little bit concerned about the speed limit as a pedestrian, and I really liked what they said about the 4-foot shoulders. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right, we're going to wind this down now. I'm going to close any public comment. I'm going to give JD, if you got 2 minutes more, if you want to say anything else, I'll give you 2 more minutes. All right.
Good day.
You got 2 minutes.
Been at 47 now. I do want to say, again, thank you all for being here. I do admit, when we saw these letters, I was absolutely flabbergasted this morning. I had mentioned this to a number of people. Obviously, we did a lousy job of communicating. I regret that. I apologize. Had I known there was going to be any kind of pushback, we had never received any objection to the idea of adding a TIF here. And obviously, there are some. And I think, again, based on misinformation or lack of understanding, and not to anyone's fault, but mine. So thank you.
These are complicated things, and I certainly understand people's concerns about them. But I want to stress that there's not going to be any special tax levy on the people in the district to pay for this road. It's not the way TIFs work. Might be an overruled back there. Lorraine, Commissioner Creed, did you want to say something? I'm not going to, yeah, well, so Commissioner Creed, I'm going to be because you're a commissioner, I'm going to let you have a couple minutes here, but.
Okay, I want to go to page 9 in this review. No, it's on his economic, right here. Okay. I do not believe that this would be an economic development TIF, certainly based on the criteria and the information in here. First of all, most blatant, it lists the county sales tax at 2%. Counties cannot collect sales tax. So that $152,000's got to come off as an economic move. I also found it little disingenuous to list the annual contribution of a construction job at $65,000 over a 5-year period. That road is not going to take 5 years to build, so why don't you just put down what the labor costs would be during that construction period. If this TIF, so as a result, I believe this would not be considered an economic development TIF, so could impact school districts. An example I give, Talbot, on taxes is pretty simplistic. If you're paying $100 a year now on taxes, which none of us do, in 2 years, if your tax goes up to $110, $100 goes back to all the taxing entities that exist today. That extra $10 would go towards the TIF. So, although it's not a TIF levy, it as we all know in the group, it's that growth. Because this would not be, in my view, and I am no attorney or no one from the Department of Revenue, this could impact your local school districts because that tax, that growth tax, would be spread amongst the District 46 taxpayers. All that being said, there are 2 TIFs that were tried to be implemented prior to any of us being on the commission. The first one was voted down by the residents. That was to build a road based on if Keystone was coming or something, a long time ago. The second one is the Hague TIF, which, in my view, has not really lived up to expectations. So this would be the third one. Right now, the legislature just changed our whole means of financing county, school, and city government for the next 5 years. I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned about how that is going to impact our required necessary services, and if we can lose any money at all for any other projects. I love paved roads. Everybody does. The state standard is when you get over 400 cars a day driving down a road, it should be asphalt. Meade County has several roads that meet that criteria that we simply do not have the money to fund for. 220 is not one of those roads. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna look for the board at this point. As I would see, if staff or Tanya, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, basically, I'm closing public comment, and it's just a matter of a question of whether we recommend to the commission to adopt the TIF, whether we recommend to the commission to adopt the TIF with amendments, or we make no recommendations, or we recommend that they don't adopt the TIF.
Correct.
So, discussion amongst the board.
I think there's just a burden. I understand all the residents' concerned, but I think there's a burden towards the developers.
Your mic.
I think there's a burden towards the developers to prove whether or not that asphalting this project would be a direct reflection of economic impact, meaning growth. So whether or not that this road is paved or not paved, would development happen there either way? And that's, you know, I guess that's the purpose of the TIF district.
My opinion on this is I'm leaning towards no recommendation. It is my opinion that elected officials should decide how tax dollars are being spent, not appointed, and I am just appointed. I don't want to be having this burden unless you people vote for me, and I don't get voted into this job. So I say no recommendation.
Okay, other comments?
I have a question.
Follow that one up, Roger.
Yeah, I'll let you do that, but so the question then goes to the county commission, but then ultimately the decision for approval of the TIF lies with the state. Is that correct?
No, no.
No? Okay.
Well, the Department of Revenue reviews the TIF, but generally what the Department of Revenue will do is make a determination of whether it meets an economic development TIF or it does not meet an economic development.
That is the nature of my question.
Fair enough for the proponents. That's how I understand it works.
Yeah, that is the nature of my question. So it's not up to us nor the county commission to decide whether or not it meets the economic development definition. Is that correct?
But the ultimate decider of that is the Department of Revenue, is my understanding.
Okay. Thank you.
For me, my biggest concern is there's a little gray area on how this can impact our school districts and the future of school growth. I look at it as hypothetically, let's say 200 homes go in there and there's 2 kids per home, 400 kids. The Meade school district needs to build on or add and accompany that growth, but they're stalemated possibly. I don't know the answer to that. And then the other one is the emergency services that are provided in that area if they're capped as well. Those are my concerns that I would have approving this.
I don't know if it's possible or not, but I'm going to throw this out there. What I've heard today is the lack of communication and the lack of transparency from what the residents are saying. I don't think it was a big surprise by any means, because it sounds like everyone received some type of a letter. The that the developers were planning to do this. I would highly recommend that there is an ongoing discussion or a community meeting of some sort. I know you all came here today with the hopes of this moving forward, but it concerns me from the fact, as a resident of the community, not your community, but Meade County, that there has been that lack of communication with the folks that live out in that area and the developers. I just have really grave concerns about that. I think that there needs to be more open discussion between you guys.
See, you want to say anything or not?
I will add to it. I think I agree with what you said. There needs to be discussion. That we've got a school district that school is already overcrowded. Revise the elementary, it's overcrowded. We add all these homes.
I was speculating.
Yeah, but I mean, where are those 400 kids going? We have one high school. Where are those kids going? And if we don't have the money to support the school or the emergency service, we're already strapped in Piedmont on the fire department. But if you're going to add 400 homes, we only have 2 full-time firefighters. The rest of it's volunteer. Are we going to volunteers out of it? 200 homes. So yeah, I'm on the capping. I'm also worried about communication. I do think that is a thoroughfare that's going to continue to develop. You've got a development looking to go in to the east of 139. Is that road going to be paved at some point? Probably. Because of a TIF? And who maintains it?
Okay, well, we need to make a motion now.
I motion we make no recommendation to the county commission on the TIF.
There a second?
I'll second that.
It's moved and seconded to advance the TIF to the county commission with no recommendation. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
No.
Okay, one passes with one nay. I want to thank everybody for the patience, long afternoon, and sitting through this. I hope some of the comments have relieved some concerns, and I do appreciate with everybody keeping it very civil in the conversation. We're going to move now to item 6A, preliminary plats of lots 1R and 2R of Moonlight Mountain Meadows.
So this will go to the before the commission.
It'll go before the commission.
What's
Yes.
that date for the
Tomorrow.
for the residents?
Moonlight Meadows preliminary plat packet.
Ready? I had to wake up here.
Yeah.
I have a client that he owned lot 2, which was about half of what it's going to be. And the lot to the north, lot 1R, has a huge house on it. I think it's like 1.2 million. They're trying to get it sold. And the lady that owned the house passed away, and her son has the house and doesn't have the money to do all that stuff. So this guy has given him some money, and they're going to try to buy part of his lot. We're going to leave 17 acres with lot 1R and put the balance down with lot 2 revised. So That's all we're doing, it's just
Yeah.
moving a lot line.
Yeah,
north.
we all might remember this one because they're coming in here trying to subdivide that lot with the big house.
Oh, I think there was something I didn't know
Yeah,
about.
there was some preliminary plans, a real estate agent in here. This does not increase, we rejected that because it increased the density. This isn't that kind of, that road you guys like to drive. You run that road too?
Yes. Roger runs them all.
Roger runs them all. But this makes more sense to me.
Yep.
So, yeah.
The lot line adjustment, just changing the lot line in between the two lots.
Giving the one lot more and part of the deal. Staff have comments?
No.
Questions for anybody? Anybody from the audience wish to speak to this plat?
They all just.
Move to approve the, I'm sorry.
I'll second.
Okay.
I'll second somebody.
All right, so this is a preliminary plat.
Yes, preliminary plat,
It's not preliminary final, just straight preliminary.
just straight preliminary.
Okay. All right, there's been a motion and a second, I believe, made to approve preliminary plat as presented. No special notes on
Nope,
the
you already
plat.
did everything ahead of time.
All right, any discussions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? It passes unanimously. Thanks for your patience.
Don't you wish the public hearing started at 3:05?
All right, preliminary plats, lots 1 through 8, and community lot, Whiskey Ridge Estate. Yeah, you're gonna get one.
We don't want to tiff.
I think I'm gonna have to,
Recuse yourself?
yeah, from this.
All right.
Start?
Yep.
Yep.
Go for it.
Okay.
Held it. I should too.
So on this one,
What? Run away.
If you wanna go
Who's
to the bathroom,
recusing?
feel free.
Stan
Stan
and
and
Mike are recusing themselves.
what?
Yeah.
All right.
Must have been you.
Who do I have left?
I know, I'm like, do I sit here or do I get out?
No.
Run.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna back up a little bit, just a little bit of history of this property. So, just because there's gotten a lot of steps within it. So, the property was purchased 4 years ago by myself, Mike Brook, and the Sabers. So, and we had the idea, it's pretty much a mountainous style subdivision, but this is, we sat on it for probably about a year, and then come up with kind of this lot layout based on home lots and things like that. So that's what you're seeing, but we didn't want to overdo it at all. So in our minds, that's not what we wanted to create for, a subdivision, to live in. So the first thing we had to do is, because at that time we were within the city limits of Sturgis. The city limits of Sturgis, or they required us to seek water from an existing system, which was Pine Cone Estates. So we pursued that for quite some time, had meetings with them. End result, they just decided that they weren't in the business of selling water. So, and that's fine. But we were forced to pursue that route before we moved on to the next step. So next step was the fact that we had to approach the MUB board through the city to get approval to drill our own well, to have our own community system within a mile of Sturgis. So they granted us that due to the fact that Sturgis didn't want to bring water, or us to even pay to bring water up to them, water or sewer, because they're just a little gun shy about Bear Butte Road in itself, just the history with it. So, and I truly think that it's due to that elevation and the fact that they just don't want anybody to mess with that road. So we did that, and then we proceeded to ask the city to get a grading permit so that we could start a project. We hired ACES to do engineered road plans. The whole time, fortunately, talking with Rick Bush and the staff, that they said, well, it doesn't matter if you plat it through us or Meade County, or you're going to just follow Meade County ordinance, because they felt that that's what this subdivision should have to follow. Not really the city of Sturgis ordinance. They said that just doesn't apply since we are not getting water and sewer from them. So when it comes to streets criteria, actually Meade counties are wider, so he just said you're just going to follow Meade County standards. So, which works better. So, since we're here today, so we did that. So we did get some engineered plans. We had some meetings with the city. They were hesitant. They wouldn't grant us a grading permit. In the meantime, we drilled our own well because we had permission from the MUB board. We drilled our own well, and then got the plans. So then we were trying to move forward with getting a grading plan. They wouldn't give us one, so we did take the initial steps, applying with the state to get our earth moving permit from them, for over 1 acre, so which we got that. So then we're sitting in a spot where basically we have no grading plan. So we as a group got the city and a couple representatives from Meade County and just had a meeting, because they were more implying that the city was that we should de-annex the property into Meade County. Then it would just be Meade County handling it, the whole thing. So more setbacks. So at that time, but during the time we did had that meeting, everybody, I'm not speaking for the county, everybody said that fine, you move dirt, do whatever. So we're all good with that. So, which we did. So what we did is we basically got our roads sub-base down, graded, compaction test. We just treated it just like, our plan, or built it right according to plans. So we do have one lift of gravel on that, just because we have one resident guy up there, Brad. He's lived there. He's not part of our subdivision yet, but he does want water from us. So within that agreement, we're going to, if he wants water from us, then we're going to ask him. He has to basically join our HOA and be part of our covenants. So again, we have roads with just the first layer of gravel. They definitely need a little more work to them. Everything, the width's there. So the water system, we're in process. We hired Brandon Powles to help us develop the well. He's planning on maintaining it. Basically, it's a community water source. But we're still in the process of that. We do have 10,000 gallon tank placed in the hole. Nothing's been buried or anything yet, but we've had to have that all hooked up. Again, we got many steps to move forward with, but we hit a certain point where the de-annexation process started. So then we knew that that's probably where we're going to end up. So really, contractor pulled off. We haven't done anything since then. That's probably been 6-8 months ago. So really, what we've been doing now is just maintaining the gravel, just trying to keep it in good shape. So water system wise, we haven't. Power, there's no power in. We have a power plan and everything in place. So we have everything in place with what the proposed plat shows. So moving forward, see how, if we can get recommendation for approval or where the concerns of the board are, if we can address those. But I just want to give everybody just a little bit of history, of why it's at where it's at. So then, like I said, we're on about 4 years owning it. So, and now we're to the point where we're hoping we can move forward and create some lots, some really nice residential lots up there. You got anything to add?
I don't think so.
But I think as for the water, we got our water permit.
Well, the well permit to drill a well.
Yep.
With the state and everything.
Yep.
And water rights are in place with the state as well.
Yep. So we have our water. We're going to do our roads. Everybody have their individual drain field and septics. At that time, we did like 3 perk tests scattered throughout the property. They all come out fine. Little different numbers here and there, but until we know site specific where a home would be, then obviously we'll do much more, perk test information. Also on the plat, it's getting a little busy. So I do show the cliff line that basically runs through lot 6, 7, and 8. So that is that existing cliff line that when you drive up there. So anything from the cliff line down to Bear Butte Road is basically, in Sturgis, they even told us no matter where this plat goes, that they recommend that there's no access off of Bear Butte Road of anywhere on that hillside. So that's basically just unusable ground. So I just want to show, acreages of lot 8 or 10 acres, but there's a pretty small window for a building envelope. It's big enough, but of the 10 acres, that's where the building envelope would end up being. So there's that. And then also when you first drive in there, there's a meadow, big tree. We have a kind of a no build zone for green space in there. That would encompass lot 4 and part of 1 and part of 3. So that's just an area we want to protect, that no buildings get built in. We do have one major drainage easement through lot 4, which collects the water. Lot 8, 7, so there's a topographic of it. So you can see the cliff line really heavy red. So lot 7, 8, there's still some slope in those, so which naturally take the drainage. But the majority of it does go through lot 4. And through these cul-de-sacs, it accumulates and all go back down into lot 4. So there's culvert sizes on the plans for the cross. But then also if we have those lots 4, lot 5, when they go to get a building permit, that approach culvert will have to be sized appropriately to get the water down to the drainage. So again, you can see we got some really good flat lots. There's no doubt, but there's a good portion of them that you're gonna have some slopey driveways and things like that. And that's again why we laid them out in larger acreage lots. Or that's how we come up with the layout that we do have. Oh, one last thing. We're proposing the concept of a community lot, so both cul-de-sacs, either one are over 600 feet long, but we're trying to propose a community lot, so to have the road systems and the well lot within those. So then the HOA, our attorney drafted up the HOA or covenants so that the HOA will maintain those and own those areas. So the maintenance, everything, the build, all the costs are within that, in those community lots. So I know that's a new concept. We're just open to it. So get your guys' thoughts about it. But again, it's going to be 100% us on the maintenance and the future of those two roads. So.
Question, sir?
Yes.
Over here. Harlow run buses up there to pick up kids. If so, are the buses able to maneuver? Okay.
So Harlow, Patrick, he was out. Been trying to get a hold of him. He said no, he didn't need a turnaround in there. But actually, I told him, because our approach where the two roads come together, that road section in there's 100 feet wide. Not just 66, but it's going to have a really wide road. Not the road surface is going to be 100 feet wide, but there'd be an area that he could turn around there.
So if a bus can get up there, a fire truck, an ambulance, or anything else can, correct?
Yep. And our cul-de-sacs are wide enough. They're county specs, so a fire truck can turn around.
And then there's a access easement on the upper northwest corner.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like there's a road that it comes off of.
Yeah.
How come you guys aren't using that to access
That when we approached Pinecone Estates about water, that was one of the questions they asked. Are you going to access lot 2 off of our road right there? Because can you go to the aerial photo? Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
That one bank. Oh, not that pointer. Are you talking this
That
one?
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
explain them both. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, so,
I mean,
so both,
the one on the northwest looks like it's actually got a platted right of way that gets pretty close, gets to the.
yeah, so from here's their main road, this road coming up goes up to their water tank. So it's just basically a 2-track trail. And then none of this has been developed. And then there's an actual access and utility easement from here to there, as well as over here. There is one. There's access through there. So when we were talking about water with them, that was one of their main concerns and questions, that we're not opening up these sections of road. And we didn't say anything because we didn't know, but the more we got to looking at it and looking at the train, I mean, it just worked well. So we could completely, I mean, that, and then sometimes you just know you're probably not welcome and maybe don't want to deal with neighbors, groups.
You keep coming back.
I'm
You're
just
coming
saying.
back here.
But, so, yeah, we didn't, I mean, we could just see that they do not want those roads up. Like, this is an older subdivision, pretty well established. They're got their own thing going on. So we never did, in our design, ever think about using that for the access, because we knew we could access everything off of one point here, each direction, and again, our cul-de-sacs are about half of what the Meade County length requires to have that second access point. So we just thought it worked really well. Like I said, it worked out for our layouts. We got the home sites we wanted. So, yeah, I just don't want that can of worms could.
Are you concerned about the private drive to those back lots? I mean, Tanya, I thought there was just the distance. I mean, more than anything, because it turns into a private drive to get
Right,
off
so
that
we don't have
cul-de-sac.
anything in the ordinance on that private drive that would feed 6, 7, and 8. I couldn't find anything, otherwise it becomes a access road, and it's too long to be on a cul-de-sac. So there's some questions to the planning board. It doesn't fall within our ordinance, so do we move forward, or do we have different regulations for this kind of a plat? The community lot is not within our ordinance, so how do you address those? So I know Shannon and I had discussed it on Wednesday or Thursday, that we had some questions on how to move forward with some of this. It just doesn't fall within anything in Meade County. We need variances? Do we need?
Well, that's the question. I mean, if there's nothing
really,
directly on point, maybe there's not a variance, but maybe there's a note on the plat that they can't further subdivide for that up there. Not that I'm.
No, I
mean,
think
it gets pretty tight, probably just because of the train, but
I think
you know
we'd be really happy or open to that, because that's why those lots are so big too.
Yeah.
Just a lot of topography. I mean, slow.
Yeah. You don't want somebody trying to figure out a way to build over the top of the cliff someday.
Right.
Thinking with a long driveway.
And that's why I did want, when Tanya and I were talking, I did want to, thought it was important to keep that private access easement at like 40, just because I didn't want to plan in somebody's mind, if we got a 66-foot wide right of way, they got a 40-foot, that really eliminates anybody of the chance to come back in the future. And, we want to plat more lots off this, and it's not even going to be wide enough. So, and again, it's just that kind of terrain is not going to be meant for a 24-foot wide.
You said you sunk your well, or you?
Our well, yes, we have a well.
What's it produce?
30 gallons per minute, and then that's why we did the.
So you're going to have storage.
We have the 10,000 gallons storage. So
you've already put it in.
It's in the ground, and their pipes are hooked up. Nothing's been backfilled or anything.
Yeah, and but you don't have the powers to the pump yet. Is that what
you're?
Correct.
Right. Yep.
Okay. Questions?
And that way we meet fire suppression, because we won't have fire hydrants. So
not 30
that
gallons
type of
a minute.
system.
Yeah,
so that does meet the the fire protection requirement. So.
Yeah, well, quite frankly, it might be worthwhile for your homeowners to put in a cistern too.
Right.
Especially you're gonna have some elevation changes.
Well, we have our agent in the group too. He's keeping us well informed and
Yeah.
keep our home insurance down.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck if he
At least his.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
like, we need to do this.
Yeah. If he figures it out, let me know, will you?
I think you can put a fake fire hydrant up there, whether it works or not. I don't know.
Yeah.
Make sure it's on the global, the GPS map.
Yeah. Okay, questions?
That community lot, is that intended to be park space then, or is it an opportunity for creating park space?
It's in the, so I have the language, community lot and access inside that no build zone. Is that where you're talking? Yeah, because our intent for the community lot is only for the road right of way, 66-foot wide right of way with the well. So that area where that my language in there, I think it's truly a no build zone for green space. So I think that's just that green space, just to keep. We just didn't want somebody to put a pole barn out there in front of their house.
The comments on the neighbor's comments, something from Palmer Dahl, questions tax applications on his property, community well and septic plan, road surfacing. I don't know how to respond to that.
Remember what he asked?
You have it down that the comments should be addressed prior to the approval. It's underneath section 2. Neighbors' comments. Palmer Dahl had questions on tax implications on his property, community well and septic plan, road surfacing.
And those have been answered to him directly. He came in.
Okay, what about Dorothy and Gary Steinschlip?
Yep, I also talked to them also.
They just want to make sure we didn't access through there.
Didn't access through the northeast between lot 1 and 2, and then what their plan was for fire to clean up all the dead trees, and if they're going to lean it out to make it green, and I didn't have an answer.
So
I'm sorry.
No, I just need to know if those questions are satisfactory to you. Okay.
They've been answered. I talked to those 2 landowners directly.
And she let me know that they are participating in the cleanup grant, whether it's a Firewise program on their side. So I just asked her for information because I said, yeah, we'd absolutely do that. So I didn't really know that was going on, but so she was going to give me that information. So, and I do know one person back there pretty well. So.
You've got a lot of comments on this. So, I mean, the
So
staff.
Shannon and I did go through this in person and came up with with some of these comments and questions. It's not directed towards anyone why we have them. It's just stuff that I saw that does not either meet ordinance or they weren't addressed. I'm just trying to address them now with the help of the planning board because they just don't appear. Is it a mountainous subdivision? I asked that question. I still haven't received if it meets the 10% incline or more than that. I'm assuming it does because it has a cliff. So if it's a mountainous subdivision, it needs to meet mountainous subdivision ordinance and medium density subdivision ordinances. It has to meet both criteria for that. That's something I did ask Shannon to check into. I haven't seen that information yet. I asked on the perk if it was a 2-hour rated, 2-hour long perk because that's required by state ordinance or administration law 74. Haven't heard back from that one.
This is information you're waiting for.
This is information I was waiting on. The driveway length that exceeded that 1320, which we discussed. If it's a private, are we going to allow it to be? What's the width are we going to allow it to be? Is it going to be installed? There's no road plans for it to be installed before final plating. Is it going to be installed with a set of road plans?
Yeah, I think you're gonna need to install it before final planning just because of the distance and the number of lots it goes across. I guess I'm kind of on the fence of whether you think a variance would put him on the safe side.
I couldn't come up with a variance
But
on
no
this.
need for variance, but I think it's gotta be part of your infrastructure, given the fact it's only access to a couple lots.
What road width would that might be?
Well, I think the 40 feet, I mean, do you have an issue with the 40 feet? These are just my thoughts.
No, it's just in ordinance 10, the driveway is usually a 28. You can ask for a variance down to 14.
Yeah, no, I think the 40 feet, and then,
The
but you're
width
gonna
of
have to, but how wide do you want the driveway?
That's what we're.
That's,
So
gonna,
what,
I mean, they'd have to ask for variance for the width. Could it be against ordinance 10 for a driveway width? Doesn't fall under 20.
So I think that's a variance we would have.
yeah. Yeah, I
And
guess.
then there was a section line, on lot 1. Is that being dedicated along section line 3? Or are you asking for a variance
Yeah,
not
just
to
that's a I mean, it doesn't make any sense to dedicate it.
Okay, that's what, yeah.
I mean, I don't see any reason to dedicate it.
I didn't either with Bear Butte Road.
Well, yeah, I mean, the train, probably on the train. I don't know, what else, anybody else see? I think,
solar boring, I saw there was refusal at 7.5 depth. Shannon and I discussed that, and we thought about the same note that we used for Adams Way, that when they did their 8-foot profile hole for the septic, they encountered that, then they would have to go through the engineering process instead of putting it on every lot.
yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, this is a tough piece of ground for you guys to make productive, but I think you're on the right track. It looks like to me. When you say you got pipes in them, assuming you don't have all the pipes out all the lots, or do you have? Yeah.
No pipes? No, we just have just the water.
Just the
line.
well, and then to the storage.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so that would have to be done before final plat.
Yeah, we got a ways to go.
Yeah.
Because our plans to do it all. Get it all done, have it inspected.
I don't know. I mean, and I think because of it probably rates mountainous. I think probably some kind of restriction on the plat that no further subdividing would make some sense. Yeah. So.
Because I think we have that in our covenant.
Yeah, I'd like to see it on a plat though, because as a plat note that because of the mountainous area or something, no further subdividing. I think just against the whole thing probably makes sense. I mean, we ended up with it because it's such a tough piece of ground. The city didn't want to deal with it, so.
Yeah.
That's, I was really happy to get it. Thanks.
I'm real happy to get it.
Then they'll just annex you back in. So
Yeah,
you get
but
your
then
tax.
We're gonna really increase the
tax back.
on it.
We're gonna put a special tax on you though to pay back this TIF that we got down off of Ranch Road. So,
Yeah, no kidding.
yeah, well, I'll put it there. We'll get it there. Yeah. Supposed to be contiguous, but we'll make an exception for you. What else would you like some more direction on?
Lot 4, if there's a buildable envelope on that with.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes
septic
sense.
And,
Yep.
on the plat.
Well, how about lot 8? I mean, that gets pretty tight. I mean, isn't that the one that's up where?
Oh,
the
yeah.
edge?
That's Mike's.
Yeah, that's Mike's. He's got his spot picked out.
Well, then it's going to be easy to put the envelope in there. I want it.
That's a perfect spot for him.
Yeah.
Really?
Right on the cliff.
Way on the other end.
Yeah. So, what else then, Tanya or Shannon? Or
I can't think of anything. I think. Yeah, I thought it was just real important to show like where that cliff line is on the plat, just so everybody had an idea.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that's good to have.
Lots and you're like, why build all over it? So.
No, I appreciate you bringing it in and having that. You don't have the, making it non-buildable. Anything that Leah that we've been talking that come up to you that you'd like to see some discussion on or maybe some direction?
I don't think so. I mean, the roads all meet Meade County ordinance, straightforward. It's just the common community lot concept is a little bit different than the ordinance.
Explain that a little bit. So these are going to be private roads then? Is that how you're going to break it down?
In a sense.
Part of me kind of okay with that. Because then you can own the road just like JD owns that 220.
Yeah. No, it's going to work well because then the HOA will own the community lot as far as the roads and the water system both.
Yeah.
Maintain it and take care of it.
Yeah, and it's a small, there's not a ton of lots. I kind of like that, given how close it is to the city. You're out in the middle of the country. I'm not sure I would be as open to it, but for being right next to the city. I mean, I don't think we've done one like this.
No, we haven't. I looked at the community lot, and there isn't any on.
So I think
Or
maybe
the-
some call out on the plat that, you know, access and, you know, is to all lots or something like that, because, you know, we won't be able to enforce anything.
Okay.
Just it represents on the plats that, you know, I think you've got it probably.
Yeah,
it
we
gets-
do have that note on there
It's
that
gets so-
defines it.
It gets so, there's a lot on that plat. It gets a little tight, so. I don't know, other thoughts? I mean, I know we've got two of the board that are not participating, but do you have any thoughts?
Tax districts?
Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, all right, so you want just to continue, you're looking for a continuance while you work through these issues then?
Well, they'll have to get their variances before they can move forward.
Till is it September or August? What are you looking for?
When's it on August?
August
11th.
11th, you could do all your variances. Then final plat, or preliminary plat.
Yeah, that'll work.
All right, I'd entertain a motion to continue this to August 11th.
Move it we continue to August.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. Thanks for your guys' patience sitting tight all day.
Thank you, guys.
Is John?
Right there.
Oh, okay.
A
Is
form of
he staying
intent
with this one?
is the last thing we have, Smith Ranch subdivision.
Good afternoon, John Kinsella, future landowner. Just wanted to come to you guys. I am looking to purchase this. My uncle did the development just to the west of this, the Bridal Ridge Phase 1 development. He owns the water source. I'm looking at buying the 60 acres and putting 1 acre lots in. There is a problem on the south side. There's not much access here. And I was curious on how the board would look at a one access through it. I know, talking with Tanya, that it might not be received very well. But I was hoping that even if I brought, if there was access approaches on the south side and southwest side, that will help the future landowners as well. So that's just kind of an idea. I know when this was, Shannon drafted it with just 18 lots with the 1330 road. It ends right about where the loop starts. So by the time, if there was any problems with access on those other people, they would essentially have a second access by going around the other side of the loop.
Could you describe that again?
Yeah, I'll let Shannon go.
Yeah, so if you come, we're coming straight down. Come on, your cursor again. You come from Main Road. You come right down about. Well, there you can see my cul-de-sac. So there's like 1320. So that's where we thought to start this loop system. That was one of the only ways. I mean, how we were looking at it, that you could create more, or else without that, you'd stop here at the cul-de-sac and just have to make maybe 3 big lots in there or something. And we do have, there's some drainage in there and things like that, but we haven't sat down with engineering. Kyle Hibbs, I think, will be working on the engineering plans, and then, but until we just kind of want to get the idea from you guys before we had to have that sit-down meeting with him to let him know what direction that we'd possibly be heading in for the lot layout. So,
Just a kind of a concept plan. And I know the land to the southwest, which is, I think, Michael Blood's, his is even going to be tougher if that was ever developed. I know there was a lot of discussion today about, the growth on 220 outside of Rapid. And it's tough to build in Rapid, right? So people are going outside of Rapid. You know, if Michael Blood's land gets developed, he'll need a second access, which if this is approved and I'm able to give him a second approach, it would help that future as well. I did go to the city of Box Elder because this is in the city of Box Elder city limits. They deferred everything to you guys and didn't want no part of it. They pretty much said for the next 15 to 20 years that they foresee no use of that side of the base. Yeah, so if the county was on board with the concept, then I'd look to request a variance and move forward.
I know you're looking at some other options to make it, if it's possible to make it. There's two ways in and out. I thought you were going to talk to the neighbor and the development about maybe punching something through there too.
Yeah, so my uncle originally thought that would be, he originally thought that would be a possibility. And I haven't gone to them yet because I didn't want to start ruffling feathers with it because that's an HOA road. So that's going to cause some issues even if they did allow it. I highly doubt they will. But that is an option just because my uncle knows the people. He said they're good people and they might be open to it. But then the HOA would still have to approve the road.
I did do some research on if there's any easements or anything, and there's nothing that connects to the center quarter. That's where we're ending up now. We have this 1320, but how do you access the center quarter?
Yeah.
And so now we kind of locked it into place, and I don't.
Yeah, and I swear when your uncle was in here, we talked about punching.
I looked at all those and never found it.
Now I know Howie did buy a lot on the south side, right next to where that house is. I don't know if that's possible for future expansion on the south side. Yeah. But it's not tied to this one.
Not around.
Where's he at?
Federal Pen.
Well, you should be able to find him then.
Yeah, I ain't going.
So, I don't know. I would think whatever we do, I would probably say the 1 acre lots maybe is a little too tight. The other thing I would think is that I'd want a reserved access off of whatever road you do over to Bloods and then going south too. So
one to the west and south.
Yeah, west and south, because I don't know how is that a developed road to the a quarter mile to the east then? That road developed? Looks
Goes
like
through those 220s.
Yeah.
Yes, that is.
Yeah.
That's where we were hoping.
Yeah, and you've talked to them and it's a no-go or what?
It's a no. Because we were hoping the north one.
Yeah, that would be a good
we're-
little spot to swing through.
And it's completely on the opposite side of their property.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Tell them you're going to get something on the north side of the south 20 that go right next to their house.
Yeah, that's what.
So you think 1 acres would be tough?
I think that gets pretty tight, especially if you're starting to reserve some, and then you get some drainage through there too. I mean, you're going to have some larger lots.
That's a wetlands drainage easement, and hoping that the engineer will just be able to run that down the ditch line, and then we'll reserve a pond at the bottom for the drainage. But that's Bridal Ridge is 1 acre as well.
Yeah, except it's got two ways in and out.
Right.
I mean, you're going to be in here asking for a variance, and I'm just telling you that.
Yeah.
That if I'm going to give you a variance and access, I'd be having a lot of lots.
What size lots do you guys?
Well, I think the ones down the drainage are going to have to vary from 1 to 2. You know what I mean? Depending on how your drainage lays out with your building
Well, yeah, I mean, it might be smaller lots up on, towards the road and getting bigger towards the back.
1 acre on the top, 2 on the bottom maybe or something. 2 to 3.
Yeah, that'd probably make more sense.
Especially if you're gonna reserve some future right-of-ways that,
Right. Yeah, and then that with the ones in the middle of that loop too, that would.
You're looking at single-family residences, it's not townhomes or condos or anything like that?
Correct. Yeah, more affordable housing, modular homes.
Safe to say you're looking at the military population growth?
Yeah, yep. And city of Rapid, there's a big need for it. Like you guys see it on 220.
I spent a lot of time in privatized housing when I was in the military. I'm glad Meade County has much stricter ordinances than what I saw in military housing.
other thoughts?
I think we covered there's a lot of
Anything else you got?
About the reserving to future accesses west and south, and Fox Elder signed over their ETJ to us, which tried to get rid of it.
Yeah, and like Shannon mentioned, if there was ever an issue, I think flooding is kind of a big concern, or fires. There's a lot of prairie land there that is an exit until the south or the southwest got developed for an exit, if it got developed.
All right. I'm not sure. I think everybody's wore out. Sorry.
I missed you by 2 hours. It sounds like the board would be kind of on board if there were higher lots on the south side.
That would help, and then reserving access, I think.
That would access.
And then, and don't ask for a TIF.
Right.
So,
Okay. Yeah, I was just worried about buying this and then you guys shutting it down, and I can only get 18 lots. And
is it possible, Shannon, move that road that's running, Loop Road, moving that? The only reason.
Oh, possible. Yeah.
Moving it up, I know, on that borderline. Or exceeding that distance.
Yeah. We could do, yeah. I was looking at that too. Yeah, no, we'll work with that, I think.
Not allowing you on that property to the north to run. Eventually they may.
Yeah, right. Like, you're talking about the intersection.
yeah, because I think the water source is the issue around there, because there's no city water. Everyone's got to do wells. I think my uncle's well allows for 330 homes, if I'm not mistaken. So if Blood's land or the other lands do get developed, there will be they'll need a second approach. So.
This is just a personal observation. If you are going to be looking at the military target population, you may want to talk to base housing to make sure that you find out whatever type of requirements they have for housing restrictions or anything for their personnel in regards to square footage or anything else like that, just to cover your base if you're going to do with the military.
Yeah, no, thanks, Michael. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Also, the density level, I don't know if you guys require curb and gutter. That's a required asphalt curb and gutter. I don't know if that's going to be variance or a requirement with it.
Well, what's his uncle do over there?
They had a variance to not do gravel roads.
Got that variance?
when was that? Was that I don't remember. How did we let that slide?
Yeah, there's no the rural road system.
I thought if it was 1 acre lots, it wouldn't be needed.
Over 1 acre. Maybe.
Over 1 acre.
Is it right at?
Right up, but it can be a requirement of the board.
Oh.
No.
You guys want to require that, right? There you go. I'm gonna make sure that's that's clear though too.
That's right.
Okay.
Lot to look at still. I mean, the access issues, I think. Try to figure something out there. I don't want to say for sure on anything else at this point. At least for my own purpose. And just, you know, this is just a form of intent for you to get ideas. We're not bound by anything we say here today. Right. Any other comments, thoughts? Okay. Hopefully we provide you some direction. Apologize that we don't have a little more vim and vigor left in us, but.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, number 7A, public hearing and tax increment.
No, I'm done.
I don't see anybody here for that.
Yeah.
They all left.
So. All right. Then I'm going to move to adjourn unless somebody has some other comments they want to make. I'm going to.
I'll second that.
All right. Consider ourselves adjourned. Thanks, everybody. Long day. Really good comments. A lot of patience. I probably got to get more like Gary running the county commission where he puts time restrictions on people. But at this level, I kind of like it's about letting people vent a little bit too. So I'm not sure.
September, it's to the 8th already, it's been moved to the 8th. So August 11th and September 8th. Those are the two that got moved. No, you're not. For which one, both?